right, pop out the chat, open this up. There we are. Here's our preview. I'll post the link. Hello, Mr. Revere. Mr. Paul Revere. Let's turn off the ads as well. Don't you worry. I will get these ads removed. Unless it won't let me, which would be awesome. Did they remove delay ads? I can only delay ads for 10 minutes. YouTube so desperately wants the ads on. Turn off the goddamn ads. Get rid of them. There we go. You have to turn them off every time. I don't understand. The little stream. And we'll just do one in the playtest group as well. Make sure everything's okay. Good. And can we get more France so we get more wish listing? I don't know what we're going to be doing today. I think we're mainly going to be looking at Britain, actually. We also have to get some footage at some point, but we'll see. I don't want to do an all-day stream like I normally do. Maybe I will. Just maybe I could. Depends. Maybe I could do like 5 hours. But I do have. I need to talk with other people. So, field UI retreat fixes. Good. What we want to do, first things first, is I'm going to increase. I fixed force march to make it a little bit better. I improved forging, made it a little bit better. I took drilling and made it give 30% more experience and cost about 30% less ammunition to do. So drilling's better, force march is better, and forging better. Which I thought was good because instead of debuffing all of the stances, I just buffed all of them because a lot of people pick one stance and they only use it. And so instead of making that stance worse, I just made the other stances better. And this way now it's a hard decision. Like, do I force march and I can get somewhere really quickly, or do I drill and get my guys leveled up super quickly, or do I forage and I'm consuming like no food? And so you have some really great options now. And then pillaging should be a bit better now too. The other thing I want to do is I increased the experience gain rates for everybody. I made the recruits level up faster and the low tier units level up faster and the mid tier units level up faster. And this is because I took the veterancy costs and I buffed them. I increased them pretty drastically. So if anybody had been watching any of the YouTubers play, a lot of the infantry, like promoting to infantry, costs like 2 veterancy. Now it costs like 3 to 4. And so I like the idea of more frequent level ups, but higher things to spend money on. Because otherwise it's kind of like if you made an in-game shop and everything costs either 10 or 20 gold. And it's like, all right, there's not much nuance there. But now the veterancy costs to upgrade are between 1 and 7, whereas previously I usually made them between 1 and 4. That's how tight the difference was between upgrades. And so most infantry cost 2, a militia upgrade cost 1, a heavy unit upgrade cost 3 or 4. Now, line infantry could be 3 or 4, depending on the quality of that line infantry. And then really good units could cost 5, 6, or even up to 7. But you just level up way more frequently. And I think that's nice, too, because you're sacrificing the veterancy to take the upgrade. So it's kind of like if your unit was progressing like this. Let's say this is the veterancy scale, and that's veterancy 1, 2, 3, and 4. You know, previously, you'd start the power creep, and then you would spend the veterancy, and you're a better unit now. So then you climb up even faster. But look how little the drop was to make that sacrifice, and this is time. So you're not getting weaker for that long, right? You can regain that veterancy quite quickly because your unit is better and you only drop down 2. But if the veterancy cost 4, you know, it takes you longer to get up here and you drop all the way down, and now it does something more like that. And like this is more interesting to me because you have these like high points where your guy gets really high veterancy and you have to decide, do you want to drop down and are temporarily weak to go back up, or do you want to hold? If you hold, you can just slowly grow the veterancy, but you eventually cap out. Whereas if you took the upgrade, you probably could have gone higher, but it would have taken longer. So I think this is more interesting for gameplay. The issue is if it takes forever to level up, you know, by the time you get here, if the game's halfway done, it's like, all right, well, I didn't even get to where I wanted to be, right? So I think all we have to do to solve this problem is just increase the experience gain, which I did. So I'm really happy with that. The other thing is I noticed people playing as Britain are really struggling. I think people are having a really tough time with Britain. So what I want to do is go into the player compositions and go to the British expedition at 200 cash, starting cash. And because they have the increased cost of the second division, I may just bring them up to 250 to be more in line with like Prussia, for example. So they have that little bit of 50 extra gold, which helps. And I gave them an extra carbine, so that also should help. So we're going to write in our change log that Britain starts with a carbine, and that the British expedition now starts with plus 50 extra thalers. And I don't think I want to give them any more units. I am curious to get your guys' opinion on something, though. You guys let me know what you think of this. I'm going to show something off real quick, okay? British skill floor definitely seems to be higher than the other nations. Yeah. Yep. Griffin, that wasn't gold, that was food. Oh, am I stupid? Am I dumb? You're absolutely right. Thank you so much for catching that, dude. Thank you. I mean, we would have caught it anyways when I refreshed it and then went into Britain and gone, hey, why do I have extra food? But no, that's awesome. Thank you for catching that, man. I want to increase it by 50, so maybe we go 300. Maybe they start with 300 gold. The subsidy troops could start with 350 because they're supposed to be the richest since they're subsidized. Hanover could probably bump up to 100. Crownland recruits we could probably bump up to 100. Like, I don't think we need to make everybody weak. I think we need to get players moving, and they're really having a tough time at the moment. France doesn't need any kind of bonus. France is pretty damn easy to play, at least from what I found. But look at that. Britain now starts with 300, and I think that's much better now. Will there be weather effects? There will be no weather effects, unfortunately. That would have been cool, though. With Prussia, I also gave them a field musician, because when you guys play, when the demo comes out, I want you guys to be able to hear the music. So I gave you, or like if you assign a fifer, you actually hear fifing music. So I actually gave them a fifer just so you can hear it. And I thought that'd be cool because this will be the demo composition. As you can see, I also updated the composition artwork, and I think that looks a lot nicer. And I also updated the trait for the officer. He's got orderly and timely instead of organized and timely, where the organized trait gave him a supply wagon. But you don't really use a lot of ammo, at least early game, so you don't really need it. But orderly is better, because now you gain the veterancy, so players can level up, new players, and stamina, so when you sprint, you don't get worn out so much, and I think that's good for new players, too. For Britain, we give them more money, we give them that carbine, that's great. Do you guys like the starting composition? Highland foot, British foot, and then a low-level cavalry? They only start with 3 units. They're supposed to be a quality faction. Fash, you keep writing the same thing, and you've also written this in my comments, that you want me to play like I used to play. This is playtesting, dude. We're working on the game right now. This is not a gaming stream. So if you want to go watch someone play the game, go on YouTube and search Master of Command. I'll show you. And go watch someone else, because I don't want to hear you say that comment 14 times. There are a bunch of people who have... the only reason I'm being rude is because I literally wrote to... I'm pretty sure it's you. I'm pretty sure I wrote to you in a comment about this. I think it was you. If I wasn't, I'm sorry. But look, other people are doing the game, and they're playing it, and they're playing for fun, right? We're doing playtesting today, so that means we're balancing the game. That doesn't mean we are playing and trying to win right now. We will go through and do a playtesting session with the British to see if they're powerful enough, but we're still adjusting stats and doing balancing, so it's a bit of both, okay? Make the low-level cavalry a light dragoon. Hugs, I've thought about that. I have thought about that. The only worry I have had is they would get no upgrade. I'll show you what they look like real quick. And you tell me if it's a problem or not. And if you think so, I will... If you guys think so, I can change it. But basically, what I liked about the Provincial Cavalry is that you can upgrade them in 2 different directions. And I increased the veterancy gain, so you can get these guys leveled up faster now. And I also gave them a carbine, so now you can shoot with them. I think that's enough. But the thing is, your British foot is already almost upgraded. Your Highlander is already almost upgraded. You have no recruits. And so if I start off the Light Dragoon already upgraded, it just feels a little bit powerful. I'm not sure. I've not seen any YouTuber playing Austria so far, usually Britain or France. Yeah, no one's touched Austria or Russia. But yeah, I don't want Britain to be too hard because this is the starting composition, so it shouldn't be too hard. I think every unit you start with should be upgradable. That's what I think too, honestly. I think that's the most fun part, so yeah. It does keep them unique if I do it this way, yeah. We could make Granby a better commander. We could give him a third trait. I don't think I give anybody in the game a third trait, but maybe if Britain's theme is veterancy, maybe we could give him a trait that improves veterancy as well. Especially, he was really liked by his men. Like, Granby was like a soldier's officer. And so people really liked him. And currently, all of these starting officers do not come with more than 2 traits. But I could make an exception. You can make anything unique if you want to, and I think that's okay. Do you think I should give Granby an extra trait, or do you think he's fine as is? Sometimes I give a commander only 1 trait if the composition starts with 2 of them. But if you only start with 1 officer, then I usually start with 1 officer, or 2 traits, yeah. Can we listen to British field music in the background? Not right now. Watching YouTubers play Britain has been witnessing a real learning curve. Yeah, I know, Laszlo, yeah. I don't mind, a lot of people have been losing. I don't mind if people lose because I made this game so you would fall flat a couple times and you'd work hard and become better and then win, and I like that. So I don't know, if you guys have been watching people play, do you think it's been too difficult? Because I don't know, I like it that it feels, I don't want it to feel unfair. So that's why I mentioned at the beginning of the stream I increased the experience gain rate so you can kind of get off the ground a little bit quicker. But I do think that I do like a little bit of difficulty. So yeah. My local pub is called the Marquis of Granby. Never thought I'd stall and play. Yeah, that is cool. He is a pretty famous character. Can you showcase the Russians? I could show them off a little bit. No one is showing the Russians at all, and I do think that is a shame. I never see, even the playtesters, no one touches Russia. And they're not bad. I think people just have no interest in Russian history, really. So, okay, I think we're happy with this then. I've seen people, their composition is just recruits. They gain the extra XP gain will be nice, yeah. And Ra, we actually made veterancy costs even higher. Like in the streams, I'm sure you saw British recruits or British foot cost 3, right? Now they cost 4 and then up to 6 and 7. So it's 4 for the foot. So I actually increased the cost more. So I do definitely have to give more veterancy. Now I am curious if I get a add regiment GBR British recruits. If we just drill them, I want to see what the drill rate is like. And just make sure drilling looks balanced. Let me ask you guys this. Do you have any intuitive feeling on how many days of drilling you think it should take a Redcoat recruit to become a level 1? Just with no knowledge of the game. Like at what point, how many days of drilling do you think it would take to hear the level up sound to level 1? Now, it's going to take him all the way up to 4 to become a foot. But does anyone have like a background number in their head that they would expect? Like, oh, it's going to take 2 weeks. Or no, it should only take 2 days. Or like, what's like the general feeling that you guys think it should take? Because that would also, I want to make sure the game is also in line with what you feel sounds right. It doesn't have to be the exact number you guys think because you haven't played yet, right? But I want to make sure it's not wildly off. So I'm seeing a lot of 2 or 3, no more than 3, maybe 10, maybe 14 days if you're at 0, 5. Let's see how many days it currently takes, and we'll see if it feels fair. So right now, with no battles fought, I'll go into the middle of a field. 1 day. Oh, my experience gain was at 135,000. Let me rebuild my data. Sorry, guys. I was testing. I had the numbers put up way too high. Let's try that again. Sorry. There we go. We're going back in. Well, we gained 135,000 veterancy. Whoopsie. It's just because I was playing with the values and I never set it back. So I'm just going to go ahead and put that back now. Do you have plans for a sandbox mode? I don't think so, man. With the whole of Europe, I think that's a bit ambitious. And this is just a small game for us. And we have to start somewhere. So we are going to keep it kind of low scale. And if we can make sequels and stuff, I would love to do that. So you know, if you support us and we get the opportunity to make more games, then we can definitely move in that direction. I'm a big fan of sandbox games, moddable games, multiplayer. I like those things, but they're really tough to do. So at some point we'll build up to it. We just can't jump into it too early, you know. Okay. So 1 day of drilling. Oh, not yet. Let's add a recruit. GBR, add regiment. So the reason I'm adding GBR British recruits, the reason I'm adding a recruit is just to see, because we gave the recruits an extra experience gain buff. Now you don't start with one, but you could recruit one quickly. So I want to see what happens if a British player recruits a recruit, if they buy a recruit at a town, and what kind of veterancy they get. So 1 day. So in 1 day he got a promotion. A little bit high. Let's see. Now that he's a level 1, let's see how high it is. In 2 days, these guys got promotions. Okay, drilling now seems really good, right? Maybe too good. Let's see what happens after a week. So a full week has passed. My recruit is already a level 3. Yeah, too fast, right? Way too fast. So what we're going to do is we're going to dial it back a little bit. We're going to dial it back. So all I have to do is go to core data. And we're going to take the drilling, and it used to be at 75, and I moved it to 100 experience per unit. And so we're just going to take that, and maybe 75 should just go to 80. I think that sounds good. So it's still increased, but not drastically, not by 25%, or 25 experience rather. And then we're going to go take a look at the experience gain modifiers. And I gave the recruits, they used to be at 1.5. So this used to be 1.5, and that used to be 2.5. I think what we can do is make this 1.75 and make this 1.75 instead. I think that's probably better. And now let's go try that again. So in 7 days, we had this. Now let's try a new 7 days. You shouldn't be able to rely on drilling alone for upgrades. Yeah, I completely agree. The only thing I'll say to you guys is drilling is underpowered because you always have to keep moving. Enemies are chasing you. You're using up food. You need to go get encounters. You have to go find armies. The headquarters is coming. So anytime you're not moving, you're at a disadvantage. And that's why drilling should be a little bit powerful. It just shouldn't be too powerful. I forget if I rebuilt game data. I think I didn't. So we brought the drilling down just a little bit, and we brought the experience gain rates down just a little bit too. Make 0 to 2 fast and slow it down. Yeah, that's actually how it is already, Obsidian. Yep. Why are rivers not an obstacle for armies? You can cross them, but you just take a bunch of food loss and you get really slow. I could make the army slower crossing rivers on the campaign. It wouldn't be hard for me to do that. I do wish we had like wider rivers that had like bridges and stuff. We just didn't have time to develop it. It's the technical reason we don't have that is because implementing pathfinding solutions with inaccessible terrain is a big performance cost and a lot of additional programming work. So it's something that you take for granted in big games, but it's surprisingly difficult to do. That doesn't mean it can't be done at any point, or definitely a sequel could have that as well, but just for now, it's not something that I felt like we had time for. But it would have been cool for sure. Okay, so now a single day of drilling gets us what? Oh wait, add the recruit, add regiment. Okay, so no level up on day 1, but my recruits are like more than halfway there. Now, oh, I forgot to mention to you guys. Britain gets double the veterancy gain in drilling stance. They're 2 times as good. They have a 200% increase, okay? So they're going to go a little fast. That's why. So normally, if 1 day took me to get halfway, it would take 2 days, and I'd be halfway. So if I level up in 2 days, which I will, I would level up in 4 days as any other country for level 1, which that to me makes sense. That feels about right. But as Britain, you do want to level up because they get a bonus toward it. They're twice as good at it. So in 1 week now, there we go. This feels pretty appropriate to me, I think. In 1 week of drilling, I've got my cavalry up to 3. My recruits are just a little bit above 2, which the cost from that point, I can't afford anything with 2. So that seems okay. We're on day 7. That seems fair. These guys are just about to hit level 2, right? In fact, if everybody's so close, look how everyone is so close, we could bump it by literally 5% so that they would have been at a perfect 850 and everyone would have hit like level 2, and level 3. This way, 1 week of drilling of Britain, there, like, look at that, then I would have been here. So I think I'm going to go like 5% more just for... Who are these guys? Let's see. Hold on. They're yellow replenishment. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go to drilling and go 85 then. It used to be 75. We'll go 85. That to me feels good. So let's go try that again. Build core data. And remember, nobody likes to drill right now. All the playtesters, no one wants to give up a week. Giving up 7 days means 7 days you could be hunting encounters, beating enemy armies, making progress on the campaign map. So adding that, just that little extra bump there is going to give just slightly more justification to say, all right, you know what, if I burn a week of my time, I can get my recruits off the ground, and that's actually worth it to me. And it's going to set me back a little bit, but I'm going to be able to get my troops off the ground. And I think that's a good sacrifice, and there's a good trade-off there. Like, time is one of your most important resources in this game. Someone said if we redid the composition screens, we did, but they're just not in the game for everybody to use yet, because I want to have them all finished before they get pushed into the update for everybody to use. Let me go turn off my heater. 1 sec. We're getting to the point in the year where it's hot in the evening or in the afternoon, but it's like 40 degrees in the mornings. So, all right. Yeah, drilling feels like dying in a game about having to keep moving. Yeah, exactly, Matthew. So I definitely want to make it worth it. Add regiment, GBR, British recruits. There we go. Yeah, if you maybe get an encounter that delays the enemy by a week, then you could do 7 days of drilling and make up for it. So let's do our 7 days of drilling. Perfect. There we go. And we got all the... Exactly. See, we got the exact level ups on day 7. And look, everybody's at the base level 2. Isn't that perfect? If it's cold in the morning and hot in the afternoon, it means you live near the sea. I don't live near the sea. I mean, I'm on the East Coast, but I'm not... You know, I drive probably 3 or 4 hours to get to the water. But yeah, this is good. And look... these guys still can't become British foot, right? So it's still not that overpowered, but if you want to rush them into artillery, you're like, hey, I just saved all that money on buying that artillery battery because I bought a recruit instead and just drilled them up for 7 days. Now, what would be the cost difference of just outright buying the artillery? Let's see. Buying the artillery, so a recruit would have cost 400. Battalion artillery still costs 400. That doesn't seem right, does it? So I almost feel like artillery should probably go up. Maybe up to 600. Now, battalion artillery kind of sucks. That's the only thing. But it does feel weird to, like, buy the recruit, and then you wasted 7 days, but it's the same cost to get the artillery, right? So that doesn't make sense. The infantry sounds pretty good to me. 650 compared to the 400 of recruits. I'm almost tempted to... bump up the artillery maybe by 100. And then I'm also tempted to bump down the recruits by like 25. That's what I'm feeling. Especially because I just recently buffed artillery, the battalion artillery especially. So it should be more valuable now, and I think it can go up in price. Is 7 days only worth $125? 7 days is worth about $100 to be honest. So, yeah, it's a really tough one to balance for sure. Maybe the recruits should all come down by 50 so that it feels worth grabbing, You get $70 in 70 days as GBR. That's true. I mean, you also earn money passively while drilling. So you would also just earn money while you're training up. So it is still worth it to train as Britain because you're just getting money passively there. But I think maybe all the recruits should come down by 50. That might be a bit extreme. But like a French royal recruit currently costs 300. So they'd be 250 under those new conditions. Didn't you just boost recruit cost? I did boost it. But what happened is when I boosted the recruit cost, I boosted everyone's cost. But what I did is the recruits used to be down here. Like if we look at a chart and we said like, this would be 0, and this would be like 5, or no, this would be like $1,000. It used to be the case that like a line infantry would be like around here. Gosh, I can't. There. Would be around there. And that recruits would be it would be like this and there. And then with the new one, with the new change, I kind of moved up the recruits a bit in cost by a lot, and then moved up the line infantry slightly. But then you see the problem here. Why not just buy the line infantry outright? Why not just save the $100 and just go buy him? So it almost seems like I got to bump him a little bit back down around that level and keep him here. And now it's just at the price difference that you think, well, do I want to save up or do I want to get him? But certainly where it was didn't make sense before because you could just buy them. Yeah, I think line infantry should stay up there and recruits should come down at maybe a compromise. That's kind of what I'm feeling here. I'm going to open the window because it's hot as hell right now. Door open too. Force folks to pay a premium if they skip training recruits. Yeah, realistically, I think drilling is underpowered because you could probably fit in 2 fights in 7 days and get more than $100. I kind of agree with that, honestly, Charles. You could convince me honestly to boost drilling even more. I know it seemed overpowered, but I definitely see your point that like why wouldn't you just spend those 7 days going, especially, by the way, Britain's trait is that they double the efficiency, right? So if I take this with any other country and do the exact same thing, it's horribly inefficient. So check this out. If I go to like Russia and try to drill them, it's going to be horrible. Is the game optimized for laptops? For some laptops, it can play on them. But not all of them. It depends on your laptop. Decrease the cost of recruits and slightly increase the cost of the other units. Yeah, I think that's probably right, Delran. Especially because I'm going to give the players more money. Because they've been complaining that when they win a battle, they get like $60, and that's like nothing. So I actually wanted to boost the amount of cash. And if I'm boosting the cash, I can just push that disparity in cost between recruits and the regulars even more. And I think that probably makes sense. Because most people are saying, hey, I just skip recruits. I just go and buy line infantry. Why would I ever buy a recruit? But do we want players to drill constantly? No, I don't want them to, Raspel. But the issue now is they don't drill at all. And that, to me, seems like kind of an issue, right? It's not that we want players to drill all the time. It's that, well, now and then, if you need to get your recruits off the ground and you're just shy of upgrading, sure, throw in a day of drilling. But now players don't touch it. They just think it's not worth it. And that kind of sucks for me. So let's do 7 days of drilling as Russia and see what the difference is here. So we're already out of ammo, actually. So in 5 days of drilling, we're at level 1. After 5 days. So, hello, 100% for increasing the cost of units. Love to earn those upgrades. We shouldn't cheese by buying cheap. Yeah. Why not make it if you're drilling you get 25 experience per day? You do get experience per day. That's what it does. But look how lame this was. Like, that did nothing. So let's not look at Britain for drilling, because Britain's entire bonus, their whole gimmick, is that their drilling is better. Let's try to balance it around most other nations, you know? These guys should have hit level 2, in my opinion. So I think we really got to boost it up. And I think when we saw our guys level up that quickly before, and we were surprised, we didn't really realize what the opportunity cost was for drilling. So I'm kind of tempted to bump this up to 90 now. And then maybe go... Can always nerf the British drill bonus after balancing it for other nations. That's right, Laszlo, we could do that. But you know what? It's not horrible if certain nations, certain starting compositions bonuses just feel really strong. Like, no one does drilling at all right now. But if players were, like, really meta drilling with the British, that's kind of a cool outcome. That only, like, when they play the British, they really lean into drilling, and that's a unique part of that experience. So, yeah, if it's super overpowered, obviously we don't want that, right? But if players, like, as the English expedition, as the English, they sit and train all day, which is kind of thematic, I think that's kind of a cool difference. So, yeah. And then what I want to do is honestly take the recruit experience and probably bring this up again. British might go from really weak to doom stacking in Region 1 real fast. Yeah, maybe we can definitely balance them out a bit. I could make it so they gain a 50% increase in drilling and then make the base amount pretty damn good. We could actually bring it back to 2 and 3. So you're getting a huge push off the ground with those recruits. So let's go ahead and build core data and try this again. Would on method, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Also, to entice drilling to be to add a small manpower increase for each day you drill. That's not a bad idea, Simon, but I was actually going to save that for a specific nation stratagem for a new army composition in the future as like a deal. That was like a DLC I was thinking of, that there's one where when you drill, you gain manpower, and I thought that would be a fun idea. Now, I was thinking of saving that for the Saxons, because what the Saxons did is their entire country was captured and capitulated by the Prussians, and when the Prussians moved in, they force conscripted tens of thousands of Saxon soldiers into their ranks, a really huge amount, raising entire Saxon regiments. But the Saxons weren't loyal to the Prussians, and so when the remnants of the Saxon army escaped into Poland, which was under a personal union at the time, so Saxony and Poland were actually aligned with each other, but Poland wasn't allowed to join the war due to a treaty that was stipulated by the Russians, which I believe happened after the Great Northern War, where the Saxons were no longer allowed to utilize and freely levy the Polish army. That's a simplification of it, but that's kind of the gist, and that happened decades prior. When the Saxon army did flee into Poland, though, they put a call out for the Saxon men to rejoin them, and overnight, thousands of Saxon soldiers slipped away from the Prussian ranks, mass deserting, and they raised a new army of 10,000 strong of a new Saxon corps that they then used to rejoin the fight and link up with the Austrians. And so that's really cool. And I thought that would be cool for their, if we added Saxony, that their national bonus is that when they drill, they gain men to kind of bring those guys back. And maybe the negative is that the reservists available at settlements is like minus 75%. So they can't find anyone if they go to try to conventionally recruit at the big cities because they're under occupation. But when they go out into the countryside and they drill, they can rally men back up to their cause. Anyways, not to get ahead of myself, but that was kind of the idea I had for them, and I thought that'd be pretty cool. Bro's already thinking like Paradox. Well, Charles, I was actually thinking of giving that DLC away for free. I was actually thinking of making that a free DLC. Oh, not cash. I want to do add supply. Hey, I've been binge watching Brandon for the upteenth time this year, and I saw the stream on the sidebar. Yeah, he covered it. It's pretty neat. Okay, so we want to put these guys in an open field, and let's drill for 7 days as Russia, where they get no drilling bonus. There we go. So, with no drilling bonus, we're up to level 3. We can get up to Musketeer. And our regular Musketeers are up to 2. They're halfway to Veterancy. Drill to day 8 for it to be weak. You're absolutely right, Laszlo. Good. It's nice to stream. You're actually right because you start on day 1. Yeah. So let's go to day 8. Yeah, that's actually 7 days of drilling. Do you think this is maybe a little too fast? I get to basically become a musketeer for training for 7 days. Whereas a musketeer cost, and we will rework the cost, would be 600 to buy one outright versus 244 to get a recruit. That is because we have a discount cost on recruits. Let me remove that stratagem. There we go. So the true cost is 350 versus 600. That again is where I think like all other units should maybe be raised by maybe up to 50, and the recruits should come down by 50 to create that $100 gap. And I think that would be, I mean, honestly, the recruits could even come down just by 25. Because for France and Russia, they're cheap already. They're 300 for France, 350 there, 350. So what I'm thinking of doing is like, let's see, reduce it by 100. I don't think we need to reduce it by 100. I think we should go subtle. I don't want to swing the balance massively. But you are wasting ammo. Yeah, you are using ammo while drilling. So I think the recruit cost... Empanadas, you're actually saying... I keep calling you Empanada. I don't know what to do, dude. You said increase the buying cost. Do you think increase the buying cost of everybody? Or just the elite units? Because I was thinking of actually bringing down the recruits by about 25 and bring the regulars up by 50 maybe. Are serfs comparable to recruits? Well, in the context of Russia, the serfs are their recruits. It's their equivalent. Cavalry should be much more expensive because of horses compared to normal recruits. Yeah, increase everyone except the recruits. Yeah, I agree. I agree, guys. Why was thalers picked as the game's currency? Because thalers was the commonly used currency of the Holy Roman Empire, and the whole game is set in the Central Europe. By the way, a fun fact, the thaler eventually turns into the word dollar. That's where we get the word dollars from, and it's pronounced thalers. And so in German, that T it's not thaler, it's Thaler in German. And so when you anglicize it, Thaler becomes dollar, and then that's where you get that from. So you can just call them thalers, like you would say dollars. Anyways, yeah, I'm thinking, let me bring out the calculator and see what kind of numbers I like here. 325. If I brought France's recruits down by 50, maybe what I would do, maybe what we do is this. Let me know what you guys think about this. We say, let me just check something. French cavalry. Okay. All provincial cavalry, which is the shitty cavalry, go up by 50. All recruits, let's say all good recruits come down by 50, but all bad recruits go down by minus 25. The only reason I say that is because the bad recruits, like the royal recruits of France, are already dirt cheap. I already made them super cheap, so I don't want to make them even cheaper. But we can take the good recruits that I kind of overpriced and bring them down a little bit. And then the other thing would be to take all take the battalion artillery and make that cost an extra 100. And then all non-recruit, non-provincial cav, and non-battalion artillery, so basically everything that's not above this, increase by 50 maybe. And that's and then what we do as well is just to make sure we don't throw off the balance too much. Something I already had on my list. This is something I already wanted to do, is increase the plunder from combat by 30%. So just a little bit of extra gold. So like, what example did I give in my poll with playtesters? Yeah, most people are leaning on this. So 200 would become 260. You know what I might do? Increase it only by 20%, maybe. But then also increase the, like, a new scale system that boosts loot gain or plunder gain in regions 2, 3. So if you're playing in regions 2 and 3, it will scale more. So it's an extra 20% in Act 1, but it might be up to like 30 and 40% by Acts 2 and 3 to help you scale. I think that's actually more dynamic and perhaps a more fitting solution, so you're not stacking all the players' buffs too early on, potentially. Let's read. It's even more evident in Danish. The currency here used to be dollar. Even more accurately is the Rigsdollar, like the Reichstaler. That's cool. That's really cool, Gustav. If you increase everyone, it keeps recruits low. Since you will also boost the player's amount of money gained, it'll feel worth it. Yeah. Or you can make recruits elites only recruitable in Act 2 and 3. I don't think so. I think it's cool to be able to buy a musketeer if you have the money for it, because every faction's different, right? Issue with lowering recruits is the Russian tree is full of dirt cheap recruits. Yeah, that's Simon. That's why I was saying the bad recruits, like Russia and France, would only come down by 25. So very subtle. But the good recruits like Britain, Austria, and Prussia, that we can actually bring down by minus 50. And the only reason you would have to bring the bad recruits down too is because if you do these guys by 50 and don't do this by minus 25, some of them may even end up being the same price, and that would be a bit weird. What if selling items in city centers give them a small discount? Veteran, yeah. Is veteran foot even recruitable in Act 1? I'm curious. No, you can't get veterans in Act 1 anyways. Look, veteran foot 0 weight. So they're not even there. Any increase in other units like the regular musketeers? Yeah, Delran, that's what I was thinking here. Basically, everything that's not this artillery and stuff would all go up by maybe 50. In fact, if we're doing that, then the provincial cavalry doesn't need its own 50 adjustment. So what we would do is we would make this. We would here. Let's see how this looks, okay? Let's do it for Britain first, and then we'll apply it to everyone else. So with this rule, we would go down to 325, and then we go up a little bit, 750, 950, 1,000, 450, 850. Actually, the provincials should also go up by 100 in my opinion. 500, 850, 1,000. The battalion artillery goes up to be 450, 625 goes to 675. Highland foot goes up to 800, 1050. Recruits come down to 300, which is cool. Lamelites can stay the same. They're kind of like the middle ground, right? So Lamelites stays. Jaegers go up by 650. I know you actually don't see here. There. Now you can actually see what I'm doing. Sorry. Provincial cavalry goes up by 100, so 475, 475. Field artillery goes 700, 600, 700. Yep. 975, 700, 725, I think, because they're musketeers, right? Oh, I've been changing the values. Are you kidding me? Oh, I've been changing the wrong column. This is why I can't stream and work at the same time. All right, let me redo that. Sorry. Do I want to bring him down? Like, I think I do. And then keep these guys the same, yeah. There. So that would be Britain there. So now, if we look with the British... Here, give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to be right back. While I'm gone, for a moment, I'll put you in. You could listen to the campaign music. Yeah, plunder is how much you gain from battle. Exactly right. I'll be right back. Give me like 5 or 10 minutes. I just gotta go let out the dog, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Did I jump scare you? Yeah, me and the dog both had to go to the bathroom. Not at the same time, though. Both of us are in the yard. No, I'm back, though, and the music's not even on. What the hell? That's annoying. Well, at least you heard the pretty birds, huh? Okay, let's take a look at the prices, because we changed the prices. So let's make sure that that's all correct. I will turn down the game audio, because it's probably way too loud. And let's jump on in. Hopefully I didn't lose like 80% of you guys. Lost some of you. Oh, most of you guys stayed. That's cool. That's cool. Thanks for staying. Thanks for not abandoning me in my moment of need. While I was squat down in the yard with the dog. Okay, I'll put that joke to rest. Okay, let's take a look at our recruitment costs. What do we got here? So, now, wait, is this is the same, isn't it? God damn it, I didn't build my data. I'm such an idiot. Ah. There we go. The dog's giving me the side eye, yeah. Griffin's making the same mistakes every stream. Yeah, I know. I always forget to build the data. I always forget. Oh, that's my timer. Nope, dog's already out. We're good. All right. What do I need to do here? I go into a region. Yep. And we're checking the costs. And you guys tell me. You take a look here. You tell me once I go into a town if the cost looks appropriate to. The recruits are a little bit cheaper. And the regulars are a little bit more expensive. And then what we're going to do is make the cash gain from battles a little bit higher. So, oh, there's no one here. Fuck. No barracks here. All right, I'm getting really unlucky. Gosh, if you're a new player and those are the first two places you came across. All the other towns are guarded right now. Hold on. There we go. Subsidy recruits are 325. Field artillery is 900. And provincial cavalry is 500. So, yeah, that's a nice kind of middle price for that. Let's compare it to infantry costs. So redcoat recruits are 350, or do you upgrade to get the battalion artillery at 500? I think this makes sense now to go 350 and just drill him to get up to battalion artillery, because it's more expensive in that case. And then what are the Hessian musketeers are 725. Yeah, now the regulars are a little pricier. Redcoat recruits. I'm struggling just... Oh, regular British foot is 750 versus 350. I think that's good then. How much is the average money gain? In a battle, you might get like $400 plus items that add up to get you up to like 600 in like a small battle early game. Late game, I would want a player to get like to break 1,000 and get enough items that maybe the items are worth 400 on top of that, so 1,400. And then you have like encounters, and the encounters can sometimes get you like a free 100 here and there. It's a little pricey. Like maybe it'll have to come down. I don't know. I think we'll have to play test it. The thing is, the biggest thing I notice in playtesting currently is just that the early game is a little bit rough right now, and it's just hard to get your recruits going. So my goal right now is to make the recruits feel really good. Like they're cheaper to buy, they're good to get upgraded, it feels good. And then if we look at this 2 days from now or 3 days from now and we go, hey, you know how when you increase the infantry and the artillery cost by 100, I don't think they need to be up that high anymore. Then we just bring them back a little bit. But all balance, this is just a constant ebb and flow of balance. But the one mistake you make is when you're balancing, if you try to balance everything at once and get it all to be perfect at once, it's just not going to happen. So you have to recognize, like, try to fix one thing. And if you can fix a couple other things along the way, that's okay. But let's mainly try to get the recruits good. And then we can look into getting musketeers and artillery maybe at a fairer price later on. For now, I don't know if it's a fair price or not, because I'd have to play the game. You'd have to play to really know. Only thing I'd suggest is make the starting money higher so you can buy a recruit on day one. Honestly, JW, I like having to fight the opening depot battle, and then you can pick up a recruit right here. See the supply cache? You fight the supply cache, you get some coin, which is... Oh, there's no tooltips. Where's my tooltip? There it is. You get $30, so now I'm up to 280. And you fight the intro battle, which is meant to be easy. It's only 3 units. And then when you beat this, you get like 80 more. So you're at like 325. You get a couple items. You sell one item, you're at like 370. And then with that 370, you walk into Edinburgh. Well, that place sucks. You walk into Highbridge with that like 375, and you pick up a recruit for 350. I think that's super reasonable. Or maybe you sell off 1 or 2 more pieces of loot and get this cav for cheap because there is a horse breeder that's causing the prices to go down a little bit. So I think that's a good spot. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with that. So let's apply this rule, this price change rule, to the other countries as well, not just Britain. And we'll see how things feel. Let's do Austria and Prussia next. In fact, I know I'm going to mess up the math. I really know I am. So what we're going to do is tell recruits to go down by 50 and tell everyone else to go up by 50. And then to tell our reserve artillery to go up by 100 instead, because it's a little undervalued, as you can see there. The price disparity is a little bit much. And then the provincial cavalry is also a little bit cheap, but it's been buffed so much, so I'm okay to bring that up just a little bit. Just a little bit. And then now we're in good shape. Lamellits can stay the same. And then everybody else can go up. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Good. Recruits. Line, heavy. Provincials are plus 100. Everyone else is plus 50. Yep. Yep. And then reserve artillery is also plus 100. Let's actually make this easier for myself. Now let's grab this minus 50 and apply that immediately over to the other countries. Like that. For Russia, we're only going to go minus 25. Honestly, this should be this plus 25, just by a little bit. Same thing with the artillerist recruits. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Makes everything 350. I guess that's the only issue, but not a huge deal. I think that's fine. Britain's already done. And then for France, what did we say we wanted to do with their recruit is just go down by 25 at 275. It seems good. It's at 300 right now. Like, what would Austria be at? 300. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I guess 275 works for France because the royal recruits kind of suck. I just think you can snowball so easily as France. So I might just keep them at 300 because they're so flexible. You can turn them into literally anything. So that's why you pay the premium. 300 seems really fair for a French recruit. I just felt like when I was playing them, you can just snowball. Like, really, they're like the snowball faction right now. So I feel like I don't need to make their recruits any cheaper. The other nations, the recruits are pretty damn expensive, and that's where I think it's more justified. So then what we're going to do is go to the reserve artillery costs. So provincial cav, reserve artillery, provincial cav, provincial cav. Yeah. Reserve artillery. That's not reserve artillery, so that's fine. Yep, these are fine then. Cossack riders are 500. I'd say they can be 600. Provincial cav. British provincial cav is kind of rough. I'm okay with only making that 50 because they're kind of people kind of avoid it, you know. Make that 600. I think 600 is really fair for that. Make the provincial cavalry an extra 100. Reserve artillery is an extra 100. Good. And then we go to the regular values and just buff everybody else, buff up their prices up a little bit. Just bring everybody up just a tiny bit. To make recruits just a little bit more worth it. Pretty happy with that. It's really just land millets that I don't want to touch. Britain's fine. France is like so easy right now. At least when I play it. Doesn't feel that hard. 50. And then we wanted to take... Britain's already done. I already finished Britain. Yeah. Yeah, I already finished Britain, so I don't need to do this. And their reserve artillery costs 500 now, which compared to another country, 575, that seems fair. We want to add in 100 for the provincials. French provincial cavalry could definitely go up by the 100. I think that's fine. That can go up by the 100. That can go up. In fact, that one already looks like I already bumped it a little. I think 900 is probably fairer for that one. Now I'm just going to double check, look over the prices, make sure there's nothing wild here. French provincial cavalry for 750. They're pretty damn good, but I think maybe just 50 for them. 700 sounds fair. Hussars at 1050. Gendarmerie a little bit more expensive. That sounds fine. Gendarmerie takes 4 veterancy. I just keep them at 1,000. I already made them expensive. Dragoons at 1,200 is good. 14 to 17 is perfect. 900. French artillery is very good. I think I'm happy with that. I hope it's not a little too pricey, but we'll see. Irish 575 is perfectly reasonable. 650, 900. The Swiss are incredible. Volontaries 650. They're very good. They're much better than the regular Fusiliers. I could even be convinced to go up just by a little bit because of that reason. Chasseurs are really overpowered right now, but they came down, so hopefully they're not. I can always bring the light infantry down because they might be a little too weak at the moment. Hussars, the difference between a provincial, 600 for that, 700 for that. That sounds good. And then 950 versus 1,000. Yeah, these guys are really good. I'm happy with those prices. We don't touch the Royal Recruit price because I think that's fine. Clear these. That's good. Britain, we finished. That's good. Check British Reserve Artillery is only 500. That's pretty fair price. 550 for that. 350 for the recruit. We really like that price, I think. That's the one we felt pretty comfortable with because you can buy that right off the bat now. British foot's a little more pricey, so now it's worth trying to grind up those recruits up to the foot cost, unless you were like really rich and then you can afford those. So I think that's fine. Good. Let me just check my chat to make sure I'm not doing anything wrong. How close do you think you are to the final balance? How close do I think to the final balance? I think I need like 2 more weeks of this, of just intense repeated balancing, which is good. That puts me 1, 2. That puts me on the 23rd. On the 23rd, I think we're in a really solid state for balancing, which is late because the game comes out on the 27th. That's fine. But think about how many games do you guys know, for those of you who are here, where you buy a game day 1 and there's like a gun that's way too powerful, or there's a unit that's way too cheap, or there's a strategy that's too, you know what I mean? That's like, you're always going to have that. You're never going to get it airtight, even with a AAA team with millions of dollars and a huge staff all working on balancing. And it's just me, right? So I think the 23rd is reasonable as a deadline to just like get all the prices buttoned up and making sure everything is good. And OH, you guys have to hold me accountable. I can't do any more overhauls. I'm done with the overhauls. I would be upset if anyone else tried to get me to do one, and I would be upset at myself if I did one. So I don't want to do any major overhauls at all anymore. I haven't had any games past PS2 games that were fully balanced. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's typical stuff. I know it seems kind of crazy. We're just swinging prices around, but it's the only way for you to like test out balance and make sure, like, see what works, see what doesn't. You can always revert stuff if it doesn't work. And yeah. Okay. This seems fine. 750 is good. You know, 750 might be a bit pricey. I really think we can come down to 700 flat. I would go 700 on that. I think that's much more reasonable, especially if French is between 6 to 800. Because they're getting 1,600 manpower. So you have to pay for all those extra guys that you're getting, essentially. I think that's fair. Britain's just kind of naturally tougher in that way. So they're kind of snug right in the middle between that. They're ranked worse currently than a veteran Fusilier. But a veteran Fusilier's got 40 morale, 30 accuracy, and 1,600 men. We've got 50 morale, so a little bit higher. 35 accuracy, so only 5 higher. And we're missing hundreds of men. And I think that justifies the 700 is fine there. Yep. The 1,000 for the British Grenadiers sounds good to me. 500 for that. 800 for the Highland Foot is perfect, especially relative that you pay just an extra 100 to get the Highlander. I like that a lot. 700 for the Hanoverian. I always feel like Hanoverians are slightly worse. 40 versus 50. 30 versus 35. But they get extra men. That's why. Look, they get the 1,400 men. Yeah. Now that reminds me why that price is higher there. Seems good to me. Hessians are pretty damn good, man. I think they actually earn their value at 750 because people abuse them like hell. So they deserve that value there. Okay, Britain I'm happy with. Russian volunteer recruits are 325. Yeah, slightly cheaper than the British one. If anything, should be much cheaper than the British one, but I don't want to give them any more buff. So 325 is perfectly reasonable. 650 for their musketeer, a little bit cheaper than everyone else. There's a lot of people in the stream. I remember a month ago it was 17 people. Yeah, I know. Yeah, dude, the streams used to be like, sometimes I would have to end a stream because no one would be here. I would get like 6 people. And it's really cool to see so many people hanging out, especially because we're just doing like shitty spreadsheet work. I mean, we've got the game up and we'll go in. We'll probably test out a battle at some point soon, but it's cool to see you guys are here and clearly people seem to be pretty excited. So, yeah. I think Russian Grenadiers being valued, well, no, damn. 1,300. Yeah, the Russian Grenadiers should be valued more than the British Grenadier. They honestly should because they have huge manpower and huge shock. And I get why I did that now. 650 for that. Provincials are 575. That's okay. 350. A little cheap for the artillery recruits, but artillery recruits suck. Cossacks are just incredible, so 1,300 makes total sense. Yeah, that's fine. 800 for the Fusilier versus upgrade to 1,000 there. Seems like a good increment in price. German recruits are a plain 300? Really? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. They should be 325. Yeah. And Grenzers are a little bit better, 350. I think that's good. And then the Hungarians are quite good as well. I'd make them up to 350. Compare observation grenadiers to the regular ones. Observation grenadiers are 1,000 versus 1,000 almost. They're about the same price. Observation grenadiers have only 100 less men. They come with higher morale. So it's kind of balanced out there. Much better accuracy. Worse charge and worse melee. So you can charge kind of sometimes with them. You get some good shots off. You're a little slow with your reloads. You're slow at moving. So it's kind of like a super elite musketeer almost who can hold his ground. That's more of what this is. With 40 accuracy is pretty damn good. So it's like on par kind of with the British with that observation grenadier. So that's pretty impressive. But you do lose the manpower. You're down to 1,200. And you get the higher morale, but you're really slow. I would rather take the regular grenadier because I want to charge. But I can see the idea of getting a really sturdy, accurate 40 accuracy troop being quite valuable. I'm kind of cool with the prices being about the same there for me. Yeah, I don't see a red flag. Let's check out Austria. Provincial cavalry. Yeah, horse grenadiers are very good. Austrian artillery definitely should be super fucking pricey. Everybody loves it. Veteran hussars are pricey, so our sharpshooter is good. Grenzers are pricey too. That looks good to me. And then for Prussia, a nice 325 for the Cantonist recruit. That's more in line with everyone else. Nice and cheap now. 475. Here, let me move these prices over. 475 gets you. Just to make sure I didn't mess anything up. You pay that extra like 100 and you get the Lamellets, which can promote into the Grenadier. Saves you 2 veterancy. I think that sounds good. You grab that Musketeer for 700. It's a little more than double. 900 grabs you the Drilled Musketeer, which honestly, a Drilled Musketeer costs 5 veterancy. So do you pay an extra 200 or grind 5 veterancy? I mean, that doesn't sound proportionate to me. Sounds like these numbers are a little too close to each other. And let's see like what a British Musketeer is. 700. That's perfect. A British Musketeer and a Prussian one are pretty much equivalent, each at 700. The Veteran goes up to 950 in this case. My Veteran only goes to 900. So I kind of feel like the Drilled needs to go up. I think Drilled could go up for many other countries too. Because if you're only paying an extra like 200 and saving 4 veterancy, yeah, it makes the Drilled kind of a no-brainer, doesn't it? So I would take whatever the current cost is and probably increase it by 100 for most countries for their Drilled units. Or their veteran ones. Yeah, that sounds perfectly reasonable to me because it's so attractive to just skip. Like, why grind? Why go for the upgrade or take that time? I like that the Grenadier and the Veteran are actually pretty similar price now. Because for the British, people tend to push for the... You know what I could do for the British? People don't like using their Grenadier because it's not a good charging unit. So I could make it a 6-6. And so now it's an even upgrade. Like, do you go Grenadier? Do you go Veteran? I don't know. Do I want to shore up a little bit of my melee stats and improve it a bit? Or do I just want to keep my accuracy the same and keep my manpower? Or do I really want to get that morale? Now it seems like more of an even decision. Because right now, you go Highland Foot. Like, Highland Grenadier for your charging. You don't really take British Grenadier. So making him 6 veterancy, making it an equal choice sounds better to me. I much prefer that. And now the pricing being about the same. But if anything, the Veteran Foot just being actually a little bit more expensive because you're maintaining the 1,200 men. Because the British Grenadiers just aren't known for charging in this case. To be fair, the Grenadiers have the same accuracy as the Veteran Foot. Yeah, they have the same accuracy, but you lose 200 men. So in effect, you deal less damage. So they're kind of equal in a way. They reload less fast. They have 200 less guys to shoot. And then they get more morale, and they're better at melee. So it's kind of about the same to me. You know what I could be convinced to do? Is take the Highlanders, go 1,100 on them. Because they're really good, the Highland Grenadiers. And then, like, what's a French Grenadier at? Yeah, I would rather a Highland Grenadier, because they're really impressive with the morale especially. Then we take the British Grenadier, go up 1050, and then we take the Veteran Foot, make it 1,000. So now you have a nice little incremental between 1,000. Yeah. Between 1,000 and then a little bit more for like the elite Grenadier. And then if you want the best Grenadier of Britain, you pay 1,100, you get the Highlander. And I think the upgrade costs now reflect that better too. This looks fair to me. And then we want to look at the Veteran. Yeah, paying only 200 more. It's like, you should pay 900 more. And then you only have to pay 100 more to get the Grenadier, but a lot of times the choice between Grenadier and Veteran Fusilier is not one is objectively better than the other. It's that, like, what role do you need? Do you need a charging unit or do you need a shooting unit? So these being close in price, I'm happy with. I think that's totally fine. Yeah. There we go. Let's get rid of that. I'm pretty happy with these prices. And what's nice is if we don't like this, we can just bring everything down a little bit. Like, I could see myself maybe next week bring everything down by maybe 50 if I needed to. There's not really a point in going with British Grenadiers. I think there's so many units in the game, no matter what you do, some are going to be avoided. I think that's true, Bowler, but 70 morale is pretty damn impressive. And if you did need a good unit that can hold the line with good accuracy, it's not bad. I would take one of them. I would have at least one or two. I wouldn't mind having the center of my line, or maybe a far flanking unit, because if I were to have a flanking unit that is probably going to get shot at, is probably going to get harassed, might even get charged by enemy cavalry, I'd want a British Grenadier on the flank, and then if I do roll down the flank, I've got the accuracy to shoot them. Whereas had I taken the Highland Grenadier, he's got a 15 reload and a 30 accuracy, so he's really slow at shooting. And his morale is actually slightly worse too. And he's good at charging, like initial shock. So I'd keep probably a Highland Grenadier behind the line, I think. Jeff, the demo will be ready on the 13th. That's all I can say at the moment. So yeah, I'm happy with these. We've buffed the experience gain rates. We have not buffed the plunder. I want to go do that now. So let's go to the plunder, because we just increased all the prices, right? So now it makes sense to give the player a little more cash, a little more spending cash now. Shouldn't cavalry be the main melee unit? Yeah, we're just talking about infantry, though. We're not talking about... No one said, do you want to buy a grenadier or a cavalry? Someone said, I wouldn't take a British grenadier because I have better choices. So, and the better choice, I assume, in that context was probably taking a musketeer who can shoot better, or maybe a Highland grenadier who specializes in melee. So we're talking about in the context of infantry. I don't think anybody's talking about replacing their cavalry with infantry. I think cavalry's got a very distinguished role. I think with the changes, we can even go plus 40% plunder. OH, you know what I was thinking of doing? How do you feel about this? How do you feel about doing a 30% plunder? And then what I can do is create a minimum amount of plunder you get, depending on certain contexts. So check this out. These are the minimums. So look, for a boss battle, you get 150 to 175, regardless of how many enemies you kill in Act 1 for the boss battle. If you beat the boss battle in Act 2, you get 200 to 225, no matter how many you kill. And at the end of Act 3, you get 250 to 275, no matter how many you kill. So what we could do is we could probably increase it by 30%, and then bring in, add in a little bit more base plunder on some of these other rewards. I think patrols are mostly fine, but maybe a stalker and an encamped army, we could probably give a little bit of extra, sprinkle in some extra loot there. I also forgot we need a 4th value, in case there's ever a 4th region for like an infinite mode. I've just been filling that out. So these are patrols. These are field armies. I think the field armies, what we could probably do is go like 50 to 75, 100 to 125, and then 150 to 175, and then 200 to 225. And then patrols, we're just going to keep the same. There's no guaranteed amount. Let's not do a guaranteed amount for patrols. Let's keep the patrols less lucrative, because I want to encourage players. Right now, a lot of players don't even go after the encamped armies. I want you to find those encamped armies and field armies and really feel like you're getting something of value when you fight those. So let's keep that the same. And then let's go to the regular plunder rewards. And I want to increase what is increased by 30%. That would be 0.2275. So it wants us to go 2275. I don't want to do a third number. I just want to keep the multiplication simple. So we could round, probably. And maybe I go... This could be extreme if I go 0.25. Let's see what that percentage increase would be. I could go 0.225. Like, yeah. This would be a 42%. I think that's too much. If it was like 35 or 36, that'd be fine. I think what I would go is like 225, like that. So 175 to 225. Now let's double check what that increase would be. That would be 28%. So just about. So maybe we want to go a little higher because we like the 30%, right? We go 2-3. Let's see. Yeah, it's a nice like 31%. That's good. I like that. The number's clean too. I don't want the multiplication to be like a million decimals. So yeah, we got the kind of the prices up. We got the veterancy up. By the way, British drilling might be overpowered as hell now. So let's go build core data and unit data, and let's see if we accidentally made British drilling way too overpowered. Because OH, I made the experience gain much higher for recruits and low tier units. And then I increased the drill experience gain much higher too. So yeah. Game uses AI confirmed. Yeah, the little generative percentage. This is what AI is good for. I support AI doing our dirty work. AI doing the laundry sounds great. AI taking over creative work and doing jobs for us and outsourcing artists and replacing animators, not so good. Don't like that part. Drilling immediately when you start the campaign can get your recruits to +2 veterancy if you have some ammo. I don't mind that, OH, because nobody fucking drills. Everyone hates drilling. They feel like it wastes time. But let me see. I think I may have overpowered the Brits. Add regiment. GBR, British recruits. We may have went overboard. How many days of drilling do you think we should test, OH? How many days would you like to see with the new drilling values? Which, by the way, Britain doesn't need 900 ammo anymore. They probably need 800 because I gave them cash and I boosted their drilling rate. And 900 kind of sounds like a weird number. So I'd rather just make it 800. I guess like the observation corps. I don't know. It's more than everyone else, which I like, so maybe not. 3 days. You want me to test 3 days? Okay. 3 days of drilling, if you had a recruit, by the way. 1, 2, 3. That's 3 days of drilling for the British. And we got up to level 2. We got our basic guys at level 1. And we got a provincial cav up to 2 with the recruits. Look at that. Look how nice this is. I've adjusted the values. So now the provincial cavalry follow the same experience gain rate as recruits do. So you can get those provincial cav out of that and get them promoted way quicker. So I'm really happy with that change. Under the previous version, the one you're playing as, these provincial cav would be at like 1.5. But this doesn't look bad to me because, look, you need 6 veterancy. All the costs are way higher. So I don't mind. I don't like this. By the way, this is with the double veterancy gain. This is where you're getting double. So let's go do a week, which would go up to 8. And you're right, you don't have much time to spend. Like, burning a week is pretty rough. Okay, so that's as much as I'd be willing to do. And now I've got my redcoat recruits up to a 3. I could take the easy way out and jump over to a... Which, by the way, you don't start with redcoat recruits. You have to buy them. So you do have to earn these guys. So normally my army looks like this. So you probably shouldn't drill right off the bat. You should probably go pick up a recruit and then drill for about a week. But at least my provincial cavalry, had I fought the depot battle, bang, would be right away ready to go to Light Dragoon, which I really like that change. And then my British Foot and Highlanders are already level 2. So we've got the ball rolling. They should be maybe just about coming in at Veteran Foot by the final boss then. And now let's go test for another country. I think that felt completely reasonable. Now let's go test if I was Russia, which is kind of inefficient. They actually have very little ammo. Maybe there's a better country to do this with. There you go. Austria looks like it's meant to be drilled a little bit. Speaking of a speedrunning strat, what's the accuracy on Russian artillery? Is there an unintended strategy at a mid-gun range for that unit that goes around your economic balancing? What do you mean, JW? Did you spot something that you wanted me to... Did you see like a unit that I balanced weird or something? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Okay. So here's where you have the Crownlanders, and Austria may actually look. They get veterancy gain, so let's give that. Which, by the way, we just updated it. We just fixed it so that the items and skills now apply the veterancy gain when drilling. Previously, they weren't. So drilling should be even better now. So let's test it. I mean, I'll put the 10% here, and let's see if this guy becomes leveled up faster than the other guy. So let's do 3 days of drilling. And let's see. What's he at? 696. 696. No, they're the same. Okay, hold on. Let me report that. That should have been fixed. I'll just report it. Either way, let's see. Look how much veterancy we gained. We got these guys almost to level 2, and our main infantry has not really made a dent. Oh, they have the recruit XP debuff. That's true. As Austria, you probably don't want to drill very much at all. Well, maybe you do to get over the hurdle of that initial recruit problem, right? Maybe you want to drill for like a couple days just to compensate for that debuff. So you drill for 5 days, you're up to level 2, which is really nice because now you just need like 1 or 2 battles and you've got your Fusiliers. And all you had to do is give up half a week. So, yeah, that's not bad. Let's see what it would take if I went full Drill Master as the British. If I went full Drill Master and if I was like, all right, here's a strategy you could do. What if I, went into a region, I fought the intro depot battle, which let's fight it out real quick. I'll show you what that would be like. So as Britain, I'll actually just play it. And I'll show you what I could do as Britain here. Because I could probably rush my 2nd Brigade, fill it up with recruits, and then immediately drill. So there might be like a fast Britain strategy where you can get moving really quick. Yeah, I've got an idea for them. So AI is enabled. Grab the money, fight the recruits. We're going to jump in and win the battle real quick. We're going to take all of our loot. We're going to unequip it after this battle, sell everything off. We're going to fast rush the 2nd Brigade, get as many recruits as possible, and then burn through the 900 ammunition and mass drill and see if we can go fast Britain. That's what I'll call this strategy. See if it works. Okay. Go in, grab these guys. By the way, we added some new tooltips, so look, you can just hover right over your cover and just see what it's at, which is nice. And also you can hold fire and see if they're on hold fire or not, which I like. And there's hotkeys for hold fire, so if you tap T, you can just toggle that. All right. It's sad to sell the bagpipes, but we're going to try a strat out and just see if it works. British provincial cavalry now start off with the composition with a carbine, which I love, because now you can actually play with them and have fun. And be like, hey, I'm going to fire at you and run. Fuck. Okay, maybe maybe I got cocky. Can I shoot at least? Oh, they're trying to reform first. I'll take the brace. Yeah, we braced, so it wasn't a very impactful charge from them. And melee is now a little slower, which actually is kind of cool because it gives us time to like go reinforce that if we need to. Immediately take out the German Fusiliers because we have 77 accuracy due to the items. And now look, we rush up because melee is slower. We actually get them out, replenish melee, let him charge me again. Get into the fight. I will send my general in just to try to tip the odds. And then bring both of them out when it's time. There we go. Hit him. Bring him up. Why is it called Fast Britain? I'm just making something up. I'm just saying you, like, if you want to get moving quickly, I just want to try a strategy where you can rush your second brigade as fast as possible with the most efficient strategy. And I'm just seeing what that would be like. I'm just testing an edge case and making sure it's not too powerful, but also it should be powerful if you can pull it off. Like, if I attempt the strategy and it's completely underwhelming, then I would know that something's wrong, because I'm going to min-max, and if min-maxing doesn't even work as Britain, how are they supposed to play regularly? And so that's kind of what I'm testing for at the moment. I'm going to take out those cavalry, move these guys up. Yeah, I guess with Britain, you got to have the provincial cav travel with the general at first. Make sure that morale's high enough. Fired at some of that cav. We'll charge in. Try to surround them. There we go. We'll have the cav follow for experience gain. Why would you ever... Sorry. Would you ever use general as cav if desperate? Yeah, you can use them if you're desperate. But it's not recommended to do that frequently. He can get... If he gets wounded or killed, then like all your guys start routing. So it's not really a good idea to use them too often. But you want to keep them nearby. Keep the morale up. So I beat this. I get way more plunder now. Look, 159 plunder from the very start because of the buff. I get a shit ton of items. Grab even more money. I get 480. I got the promotion just from the depot battle, which is good. Unequip everything. Okay. Immediately open the 2nd Brigade. Rush over to Chichester. Go in. Sell everything. Earn 700. Pick up exactly 2 recruits. There's our Fast Britain strategy. Okay. Replenish. Then while waiting for replenishment, drill. And basically burn through most of our ammunition while earning cash. And we replenish faster in the drilling stance as well, by the way. And I think I'll burn, honestly, all my ammo. Why not? Let's just see if this works. I'll give up 14 days. How about that? That's all I'm willing to do. Burn 14. There we go. 14 days burnt. I get exactly enough to get my British foot. Grab another Highlander as well. Yeah, why not? Upgrade the provincial cavalry to a dragoon. I'm fine with this. Like, is this a problem to you guys? I'm on day 14, so I gave up 2 weeks. I have no items at all. I lost my 70 accuracy. It's now down to 50. So you take a big, you kind of play wide, right? And you take a sacrifice. I'm also a little damaged. And then we go pick on a patrol. We also still have a gun. Give that to a recruit. I'm fine with this. Look, we got 146 because we were drilling the whole time. So we could probably pick up another... We could probably pick up an officer. Oh, that's wonderful if we can. Hold on. Let's drill just for a little bit. Let me get money for an officer. There we go. Let's go 163. Yeah. Look at that. I think that's pretty cool now as Britain that you can do that. You lost time and items, exactly. So there's a cool sacrifice to be made there. But like that gives me that initial push that I want. I get the volunteers I need. Perfect. Get all my replenishment fixed up. What I just did there was not possible in the current build. Look, they're scared of me already. How funny is that? They're like, oh shit. He's playing Fast Britain, guys. Get out of here. But look, I mean, I have equal numbers to them. I'm going to decimate them because my quality is much higher. But it's kind of cool that you can do that now. So I like that. That's a strategy you can play into. I think that fixes that. And I didn't notice anything too off balance because stalkers are going to come in like 30 days from that point. So there you go. Yeah, it'll be cool because on our Discord, when you guys have access to play, you guys can come up with all kinds of strategies and name them and compare them and see what the optimal starts are. I think that'll be really cool. HQ tooltip, battle updated, tutorial for purchasing officers. We're fixing the tutorial. Cool. The next thing I want to do, which might be a little controversial, I want to take the general because he's squishy right now. If one cannonball lands next to the general, he just dies, and I don't really like that. I think it's kind of lame. I watched someone play, and that happened to them, and that was kind of lame. Let me check what the playtesters think, but I said maybe he should go up. Let's see. This I did increase, so that's done. No exchange needed. Exchange needs more XP and food. Yeah, exchange is kind of lame, isn't it? I agree. So let's go to exchange. Captured. Experience gain. Why don't we go... OH, are you there? If we took 1.75 to 2 is what percentage increase? Do you think we should increase the experience gain from prisoner rewards by about 15%? I think that's fair, right? You think conscription should give 10% casualties as well? That's not a bad idea. That's a pretty good idea, honestly. Prisoner casualties restored. I could even, by the way, what's kind of cool is it lets me increment it based on the region you're in. So I could go 10% for every region, or I could go 5% for Act 1, 10% Act 2, and 15% Act 3. Because you're going to be taking way more losses, right? So I could increment it. Or I could just make it flat 10% across the board. Keep in mind, percentages scale, right? So if you had a bigger army, 10% is better with a big army than 10% with a small army. So if you kept it a flat percentage, it already does that, if that makes sense, right? Because the percentage scales. But you would just be compounding it even more to really help boost up with conscription by the end. And to be fair as well, also I should say OH, or not to be fair, but to clarify on this as well, 5% with barely any men in Region 1 isn't very much. 5% at the end of the game with a huge army is a lot. So if anything, giving the player only 5% in Act 1 is actually lower, is kind of like... I mean, it is just a buff anyways. We're not actually lowering it. All we'd be doing is buffing it. So, but I think if you made it 10% in each act, it would scale appropriately. So maybe we should just go 10% for now. Let's just do that for now. I don't want to fuck with it too much. Let's keep it simple. Because percentages, the whole point of a percentage is that they scale naturally. Do you think patrol armies are good? Perfect, we'll leave them as is. Do you think Act 1 stalking armies are good? We'll leave them as is. Stalker comes too soon, good as is. I think so too, I agree with all these. Do you think the encamped armies... Oh, everyone has really mixed opinions on these. That's very interesting. It's leaning on slightly too weak for the Act 1 encamped armies. I don't know. I'll have to let more people check it out. Act 1. Some people said it was a little too strong, but I think I gave the player more money, so I think it's fine. They do field too much cavalry. I am seeing that as well. So let's go fix that. Let's make sure we're writing down our change notes, our change log. We're going to say... what else did we do? We increased high tier unit costs by just about 50 to 100. We decreased low tier unit costs by about 25 to 50, making recruits easier to get early game. Increased plunder by about 30%, which makes the high tier troops more accessible when you start fighting the larger battles. Buffed the XP gain from prisoner exchange by about 12%, and we have buffed the conscription from prisoner gain to replenishing 10% losses instead of 5%. What else did we do? We didn't do much else. I don't think we did much else. What else did we want to do? What the hell was I just talking about? I got lost. Oh, the AI cavalry, yeah. AI army cav should maybe have more nation specific. Yeah, I agree, Laszlo. We could probably make France and Russia the same, just keep them the same. But for the other countries, maybe swap some of the cav out for infantry. So this way, when you play France, you know what you're getting into. And if you want to avoid playing against cavalry because you have a weak army that fights against cavalry, you can avoid them or something like that. Vivren says, I'm unsure about the encamped armies in Region 1, because on one hand, I can take them on quite easy with the hours I have, but on the other, it's Region 1, you want to start with a strong base. I do agree with that, Virus. Yeah. I think they're okay as is. But I'll let more people vote. I want more people to kind of weigh in, I think. Will more languages be added later? We could look into more languages added later. It's been a lot of work with localization. The volunteers who have helped out are real stressed already, and it's been a lot to organize it, and so we're just taking things easy right now. We're trying not to rely on like AI translation, so it's all done by hand, and it can be tedious. Maybe we could do some of the lesser spoken languages with AI, so at least you have something, and then we could always replace them with actual human translated stuff later. Maybe that would be cool to do it that way. Let me fix the general real quick, though. Did people say... Yeah, it's slightly too slow. I fixed this. Do you think the XP rate... Yep, it's too slow. I fixed that. Do you think the rally time is good? They said it's too slow or just right. Everyone's kind of on the fence about this one. Leaning slightly on too slow. I'm going to leave that because I don't know if I want to change it or not. Buff him to 150 HP. That's what I think, too. So we'll go 150 HP for the general. And then the general's charge skill is only a 10. That's good. But I think his melee skill should come down to like 35 maybe. Range skill doesn't matter. His morale could actually go up to 60, I think. And then the sprint speed, I like that he's fast as hell. I don't know why Prussia's is faster. I think it should be consistent. If everyone's consistent, I think it should just always be that way. In fact, I wouldn't mind if every general could run it as fast as Prussia's at 90, so you can really rally your troops quicker. I think that'd be good. HQ can be faster, but it depends on what experience you want for Region 1. Yeah. Russian general only has 1 charge skill. Oh, dude, you're right. Laszlo. Dude, you're a great assistant, man. No, I don't mean that in a condescending way. I mean, you're a good, like, I don't know, good helper. Thank you. No insult by that. No offense by that. Thank you. I didn't even catch that. I didn't know. I think this whole time the Russian general's been at 1 charge. So let's write that in as a bug fix. Thank you. Thanks to Laszlo on the stream, we fixed the Russian general from having 1 charge damage to 10, which is now consistent with all other general staff units. I'm a legal editor for work. Yeah, dude, I can tell, dude. Thank you so much. All right, fix that. It's so many numbers and so many spreadsheets that it's so hard to make sure everything's perfect. It's very easy to get lost in this. That's correct, too. Good. Heavy cav. Good. All right, everything looks nice. Now we got to look at the AI fielding way too much cavalry, right? Let's look at the enemy division comps. And let's look at their cavalry. So in Region 1, they actually bring a hussar with like a recruit, or a hussar and a freikorps. This is fine. This isn't the problem. I think the problem is people get to the boss army, and the AI brings medium cavalry in. And if they bring medium cavalry in, and you're playing against France, for example, that can very easily turn into gendarmerie or gentleman cavalry, which are basically cuirassiers, in the first region. Which, yeah, I don't know. JW says, just checking, if you saw the response to the potential Russian artillery strat, i.e. buy the recruits for 250 plus a gun for 500, and all of a sudden you have way too effective a unit for the total cost. One thing you might be missing, JW, is Russian recruits can't turn into artillery. Their unit tree is unique in that it's spread out all over the place. You'd have to buy Russian artillerist recruits for 350. And then you could buy a $500 gun, but the artillerist recruits only have 20 accuracy, so you are giving up the accuracy. And they're also missing, with 100 men, they're missing a field gun. 125, you add a gun. 150, you add another gun. So you're removing firepower. So you have less firepower, less accuracy, less reload speed, and you're slower. And then you spent all this money on a big expensive gun that your guys can't really get the most out of because their base accuracy is lower, and they only have 4 cannons instead of 6. So there's just not much firepower. So you spent all that extra money, but you're not able to field enough artillery for it. So that's why you spend that extra money, so you get the additional firepower. Or you just spend the 350 and slowly upgrade them. But yeah, this is kind of an issue because the AI is using the medium cavalry template. They're using the medium cavalry template, which can get them access to really good units, which could even include like Don Cossacks. However, people were saying the HQ is good as is. So maybe that's fine. Maybe it's fine they get access to like really good units because we did give the player more money. So if the player has more money to actually fight against it, it just makes the battle interesting. So maybe it's okay. Now, why do people still feel like they're fielding too much cavalry? Well, maybe it's the case that I don't know what to do about the cavalry. Maybe it's the case that cavalry divisions in Region 2, or like medium ones, should come with, instead of 4 cavalry, one of them should get replaced with like a recruit infantry, just to make him a little less cav heavy. That could be the case. It's really tough for me to say. I don't know how to fix it, honestly. Too much cavalry. Yeah, I don't know how to fix it. Let's jump in. Let's take a look at an example. We're only going to be doing it in Act 1, where they don't have too much cavalry, but... On that note, Griffin, the better cavalry is appreciated because they're threatening now. Yeah, I know. They're much better, aren't they? The AI cavalry, you really have to pay attention to them now, which I much prefer. Before, you could just blast them once and ignore them. But let's go in and let's check out like an AI comp and make sure. Algot, thank you, or Algo. Thank you for your support, man, and I hope you like it on release day. YouTubers have been getting really sliced by cavalry. It's great. Yeah, the YouTubers are having a tough time, man. I don't know. I think it's kind of good advertising when they lose, to an extent. Not to spoil it, but if you don't want it spoiled, you can mute my stream, I guess. But Pixelated Apollo, he told me what happened in his Region 2 and 3, and it was very close. And Region 2, he got through it, but Region 3, he died on the final boss battle. And so he lost the very final battle of the game, and he tried really hard. And I was like, do you want to re-record it? And he was like, I don't know. And then I was like, well, maybe it's actually good that you lost to show that you can't just win the whole game easily on your first try. So, yeah, I don't know. Brandon F., on the other hand, just threw it. I think he wanted to just go to bed because he was playing for a while. And he just wanted to just see what happens and throw himself into the HQ. Which is fine. Let's see if I have a response here. Priority tasks. That's private. I don't want to go in there. Anyways. Yeah, I think it's a good thing. Should keep it hard. Too many strategy games are too easy. Yeah, I agree. Especially if people complain about AI. I know, yeah. it should be fair, but it should be challenging. That's why I gave the player more money, but I'm not making the AI worse. Like, at no point during this stream did we decide to worsen the AI units, really. All we are doing is, like, buffing the player a little bit so they can keep up. But we don't want to make the AI dumb or boring to fight against. I want their armies to feel challenging. That's why another change I made recently is the AI armies will run from you if they determine the value of your unit is powerful. And this way, you know, like, this guy wants to chase me because we have about equal odds. But if I were to recruit another unit or two, let's say I had more money, right? And I balloon my army, they'll probably run from me now. Yeah, look. So now you know as a player, this is a signal. Hey, my army's getting pretty good. Maybe I should look for a harder army to take on. And then you might go out into the countryside, and as you're exploring, maybe you'd stumble and go, oh, what's that? 9,000? Well, look, if the patrols are running from me, I'll go try it out. Let's go fight a tough battle. And then you go in, now you actually challenge yourself against something tougher. Now, this is, again, people were complaining about too much cavalry. They only have 2 cav here, so, yeah, I don't know. I think it's perfect Apollo lost in the final battle. It'd be different if he lost to a patrol, but losing the final battle shows the game's worth the time. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Okay, so this should be better. Plunder's done. General's done. XP's done. Look into the amount of AI cavalry being fielded in Acts 1 or 2. Could be replaced with some infantry. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. You know what I want to do is I want to skip. Let's go take a look at what the playtesters are saying. I notice a lot of people are quitting on Acts 2 and 3 right now because they find it too hard. Not the YouTubers, because they're playing on the old version where it wasn't, like, really painful. But this new version is so painful, people are finding it a little bit challenging, a little bit tough. Always think that when winter's coming, there should be some kind of a manpower attrition to simulate illness. It could be something really small, but it make winter feel deadlier. Attrition's generally not a big deal right now. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You don't bleed at all. Oberst had written here. And it would make the winter jackets more useful, because you could probably negate the attrition. Yeah, I don't know. I'll think about that. Winter's already a pain as is. I agree. OH, I actually made winter less harsh. I reduced the amount of food consumption it takes, and I made it not slow down your army as much as well. So I've already actually made it a little easier. But yeah, let's go take a look at Region 2. Do enemy armies scale based on scale what units they have based on your own composition? They do not. They don't care what you're bringing. They bring what they bring, and if it's too easy or too hard, that so be it. They just bring what they want to bring. I don't think this is too much cav, dude. They brought 3 cavalry and they've got 2 infantry divisions. It's fine. It doesn't look crazy to me. It's 4 cav. I think what players are really upset about is not that the AI is bringing too much cav. I think it's that they have no tools to deal with cavalry. So any cavalry at that point is too much. If there's 4 cavalry and you have nothing, if you just have recruits, 4 cavalry versus my 2 recruits, I'm dead. So, but if I have the money now and I have the experience and I get my troops up and I get my own cavalry to bring, then the cavalry is not as bad. So I think hopefully the changes we made actually fix the problem. Because this doesn't look bad. This composition looks pretty tight to me. I like this. Jean-Louis de Rohan. François Amélie de Bonnegues. It's cool you can see the generals' names. Yeah, this looks fine to me. I'm pretty happy with this. Let's jump into... I have not seen Region 3 in a while. Let me jump into it. The problem is that they death stack their cav. Yeah, Lucky, I think what would fix that is honestly just... If they have death stacked cavalry and you have recruits, you die, right? But if you had line infantry and grenadiers or good artillery or medium cavalry, it would not feel as overwhelming. Like, I think just the quality of your units getting so overwhelmed, I think that's the problem. The encounters are too close to the HQ. I could put a buffer, actually. Let's put a backlog buffer for that. Yeah, you're saying that the encounters sometimes spawn too close to the HQ. We'll say, can we place a very small buffer similar to what we did for the starting depot, then encounters depot for encounters so that they don't spawn directly inside on top of the final HQ. That's a little backlog task. All right, here's Scorched Earth. Will we be able to use difficulty modifiers in the demo? You guys can use all the modifiers. So you can repeat Prussia and slowly try to increase each modifier. And you could probably get a lot of replayability out of the demo because you can see if you're able to beat it with all the difficulty modifiers on. That's going to be totally possible. You only get to play as the Cantonists, and it's only Act 1, so there is a restriction. But there still should be a lot of replayability in that and seeing if you can beat the challenge. And you guys will be indirectly playtesting for me because you can tell me if how like good Region 1 feels as Prussia, and I can clean it up a little bit if anything is off. Damn. Grenadiers, Fusiliers, more Grenadiers, Horse Grenadiers, Cuirassiers, 4 artillery. That's tough. Oh, I died. Fuck. If you can you test artillery for a minute? I don't know what it is, but every single time I shoot, it overshoots a target except for one cannon. And the only time multiple cannons hit is very close range. OH, in the next update, I'll go test it now, but in the next update, look what I did. I increased the accuracy all by +5, so they should miss less. I increased the morale damage by +10, so when they land, they'll just hurt the morale just a little bit more. I increased the shell damage only of the lower quality guns by 10%. And I also got rid of canister as a default, so that way when the AI brings 5 artillery, they don't have 5 canister shots all blasting your final recruit. It doesn't mean they can't bring canister, it just means it's random now. It's not guaranteed the same canister every time. So, that last one had 5 cavalry, maybe that was too much. I'll take a look. I'll go take a look. You know what we could do? You might be onto something. You mentioned they had too much cavalry, right? There is a type of division where they can bring infantry with cav support to double up with their cav division, right? Why don't we take the weight of this and decrease that weight down to like 5, so it's just far less common. Same thing here. They could bring infantry and bring in extra artillery with their artillery. So take these, bring those down to 5. Also, their the way AI uses light infantry is pretty bad right now, so I'd bring that down to 5 as well. So let's just play with the weights and get these down to a better spot. I think that's kind of how we're going to solve this. Anything here that uses Jaegers, in my opinion, should come down to 5. Because the AI's use of light infantry isn't great. And then these should go down to 5 as well. In fact, honestly, the Grenadier spam should also come down to 5. Really, the only thing that should be a 10 is just the auxiliary, like bringing other types of units. So yeah, so this one could be 10. I think that actually sounds quite good. So make all these 5, and then choose one to keep on 10, which would probably be like that one. Will you make the demo available on 10.10 or 10.13? It'll be on the 13th. Have I checked? OH, remind me to test artillery and Jaeger rifles after I make this change, okay? If you could remind me, I'm almost done. 5 and 5. And then we go here. Take all of these down. Bring one auxiliary up back to 10. Make all these 5. Take one auxiliary back to 10. This should be the solution we can do without me having to rebalance a bunch of army comps, is just make it way rarer. The PRU hard comp is mislabeled. Okay, yeah, let me check. Is it? 555 10 auxiliary. You meant to put Jaegers down to 5, but put them up to 10. Are you sure? Oh, they have Jaegers in the back. They have Jaegers in the back. You know what we'll do? Are they identical otherwise? Yeah. Jaegers should have been an auxiliary too. So Prussia ends up actually maybe bringing that extra Hussar more often. Which is okay. It's still less often than what they would have before. So yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a good catch. This is good. That's good. Why am I losing my voice? Auxiliary, Hungarian, up to 10. These are fine. Bring all these down to 5. Auxiliary. I like the Cossack riders, so I'm going to bring them up. All these down to 5. The one that has like the weird artillery we're going to move over. Make that 10. Yeah. Auxiliary 1 should just have mostly normal guys. Move that to 10. Keep everything at 5. Honestly, auxiliary, we're going to bring that up to 10. Actually, do we want Hessians or Hanoverians to be more common? We probably want Hanoverians to be more common. Sorry if this part's a little boring, guys. I'm just fixing some of the weights. We're almost done. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. For Britain, I might move all these down to 5. I don't know, because they bring Cav there. They bring Cav there. Maybe we should just get rid of cavalry on their auxiliaries here. If they already bring so much, why don't we just give them foot instead? You know what I mean? Let's just do that. And then Hanover can just, again, be more common. Because they were more common. And then, look, now they're not bringing the cavalry, so that's fixed. And again, they're more common there. Just by a little bit. And now we just have France. So lower them down to 5. Do we want the Irish to be more common or the Royal Recruit spam? I kind of like the Royal Recruit spam being more common. What do you guys think? Probably that. Do you plan on scaling up a development team or creating a studio if the team is successful? Maybe, Z. I don't know. I don't know what'll happen. Who knows how much I'll make? Who knows what'll happen? There's a very real chance. Nah, I won't be negative. Never mind. I was going to say, there's a very real chance that it all fails. I'm not going to do that. I won't be, you know, won't be negative. There's a real chance that nothing works. Germans can be common because they were. That's fine. They don't bring cavalry as well. That's nice. And then here, again, I think the Germans should be the most common compared to the other types of auxiliaries, especially because Swiss are annoying as hell to fight against. They're really tough. So let's lower those. Okay, so now we can write in our change logs. Reduced the commonality, or reduced the weight of infantry divisions that bring cavalry support down. So this should generally mean slightly less cavalry is brought in enemy armies. Yeah. All right. You know what's kind of cool? Just to hype ourselves up a little bit. We cracked top 500. Well, it's 567, so I guess technically you're not in the top 500 until you're 499. I guess like, well, no. Yeah, no, 1 to 500. So 567 isn't within the top 500. It's in the top 600. But either way, it's cool that we're in the top wish-listed games. I think we're on page like 5. That's it. I think we're here. I think. Maybe page 6 or 4? Yeah, we're on page 6. And you can go 43 pages. So that's pretty good. We've really climbed all the way up. The total wish lists are 72,000 wish lists. And I'll show you guys what it looked like. 1 second. Ein Moment. Yeah, take a look here. This is from everyone releasing their gameplay videos on the right there. That's how much we gained in a day. Gained 2,000 wish lists in a day. So we'll see how that momentum holds up. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what'll happen. I don't know what's going to go on, but... And then we got the demo. The demo usually can get you a lot of wish lists, so we'll see. And I think you guys will have fun on the demo. What were we about to test? We got the cavalry fixed. We got the other crap fixed. We got... What else did we have to do? Someone told me, OH told me I had to test artillery and something else. What are the 2 things that I have to test? What's the second thing, OH? You mentioned Jaeger rifle weight. Let's go take a look at that, because I've not seen Jaeger rifles at all anymore, too. I feel like there is something wrong. Let's check them out. Firearms, Jaggers. The drop weight is -600. And in Region 2, if you go to a settlement in Region 2 at a shop, a musket weight is 100. And -600. It's common. So what you do is you take the 100 from a musket and then add the weight of common, which is 250, and then minus the 600. So it's impossible to spawn by 250. So I think we just need to make this -300 instead, or maybe -350. And let's try that. And that should put it just barely being able to spawn now. Yeah. What I'll do as well is I'll go 150 and I'll increment the musket chances at shops from 150 and then 200. Which will just boost all the weights of the low weight stuff and bring it up. That's what I did for cannons. See how it went 50, 250, 500, so the rarer cannons are seen more. Should probably do that with the other stuff too. Might go 50, 75 there. Bayonets could go like 125, 150. And carbines could be like 0 and 50. Something like that, just to keep everything balanced and keep it all pushing upward. I do think the game is good for streaming. I will say that. I was watching Brandon F stream. It's actually entertaining to see if he's going to make it. I think the reason that it's interesting is it's kind of like if you watch someone perform on stage, they could fail at any time. And that's what makes it exciting when someone does incredible in a performance, because it's really hard to do that. And they're doing it live. They're not cheating. There's no, like, they're proving to you that they can do it on the spot. And there's something impressive about that. And there's always the possibility that everything could go wrong. So there's always a little bit of tension and it's a little exciting, right? And if someone were to live stream a game where you can't lose, which many games you can't lose, right? Many games you just reload your last checkpoint and you will eventually get through it. Even Dark Souls, right? Dark Souls is a tough game, probably does well on streams, but you will get through it if you just play it over and over and over again. So I think as a roguelike, it's interesting because you could tune into Brandon's stream and you could watch, and every battle isn't just, oh, I'll win this one. Oh, yeah, I'll win this one. Oh, I'll win this one. If one of those battles he makes a mistake, the whole playthrough's over. You know, the whole thing's gone. So you're watching closely, and if you notice, you're like, Brandon, you're cavalry, and he didn't catch it in time, and the cavalry's gone, and then the enemy pours down the left flank, and then they snipe the general, and then the whole army's running, and then he can't rally them, and then it's game over. That's an interesting moment to be able to catch it any time. I think it retains a level of tension. In addition to that, of course, the primary reason of the game being good for streaming is that you can rename and customize things, and it's all procedural, so players can help, and you can form attachment with your units and your men as you customize them. So those two things combined, I think, make it very good for streaming in that regard. Yeah. Anyways, I fix Jaegers. At least I think I fixed them. We'll write it in changelogs. And then what we're going to do is in the campaign changes, actually item changes, we're going to say that Jaeger rifles should be more common. Previously, their weight was set so low they weren't spawning. Let me know if you see them at all or if they still refuse to spawn in. Okay. Now we go test cannons. Let's go check it out. Are rear charges with infantry deadlier than cavalry? I don't know. I don't know. Rear charge, you get a rear charge bonus with any type of unit. Let's go to battle, debug, and what do I want to grab right now? An artillery piece, right? So you're saying that with most cannons, something got changed. So I'm just going to take a 6-pounder with 150. And you said something got changed, so your shots just aren't landing consistently. Let's go check it out. Oh, Apollo uploaded his second video. Oh my gosh, can you just shut up? I still can't watch this video. God damn. I don't want to switch accounts because I'm streaming, so. Oh, he's struggling. Look, I can already click in and see he's struggling. I'm just looking through. I just want to see how his playthrough goes. Oh, winter comes in. There he goes. He needs to buy another. He's 2,000. He needs to buy another brigade and get more guys. I'm surprised he's not doing that. He also needs to sell half these items and get going. Yeah, he's got the money. That's like a perfect Grenadier guy. Loud, grenade throw, and charging bonuses. That officer he got. Why doesn't he move the if it doesn't help the artillery, why not move the Grenadiers in? Oh, does he not know you can drag the generals around to reassign them? I think I'll message him and just... I don't know if he knows that you can do that. And then that's his, I think his headquarters battles at the end. Oh, he did good on the headquarters battle. He lost a couple of guys there, but... What's the enemy army look like that he's facing there? This doesn't look too strong. My new my new Act 2 headquarters are stronger than this. It's a lot of like basic looking infantry there. I have more like grenadiers and cavalry. Look, there's like no cav they're fielding either. I wonder which one he takes. Sorry, I'm sure you guys are just listening in silence because you can barely hear it. Anyways, how's the light infantry performing? Because I feel like no one's using them. I don't know. I could test them out too if you remind me. I could give them another test. I probably should. Let's see how artillery's doing with the increased accuracy and everything. We're gonna fire like a mid-range, or I'll bring him back just a little bit. Firing near the end of my range. Let's see how many I hit. Got 20 kills. I got 1 hit, kind of just like you predicted. Let's fire again. $20 kills, 40 kills. Yeah, I only got 1 hit again. I can't tell if it's just the dice roll, because I think there are logs that will tell you miss or hit. I don't know if they're on or not. No, they're not on. Let's fire again. Maybe we got unlucky. We don't know. 1 hit. Yeah, there is an issue with the 1 hit there. Let's move them closer. Could also be just a lower effective range. I don't think we got anyone in that hit. Okay, that's fine. So it did roll differently in that case. It did actually roll a different result. Let's stop them there, because they're pretty close now. I feel like maybe the effective range needs to be brought up just a little bit. There, I got 3 hits actually on that. No, 2 hits. So yeah, it seems to be random, but the effective range, it's got 55% accuracy, so you'd expect more. But I think the effective range is dropping off the accuracy as it goes into that lighter red color. So you're just missing a lot of your shots from further away. I got 2 more on that one. I'm up to 160 kills. I mean, they're doing pretty good. They have no upgrades, no items, no veterancy. I will advance again and see how good they do here. See how many hits we get. Only 2 hits. I'm like guaranteed only 2 hits each time. Do you want to predict we get another 2 hits? Oh, I don't know why that cannon fired without the others. I wonder, like, I'm curious if I took this cannon and if we brought up the unit to 100 accuracy or 90 accuracy, if it would actually scale. Let's see. Yeah, let's try this. MOC, rebuild units. Try it again. Did the howitzer thing get buffed? Because I had a 6-pounder outperform a 16. Yeah, the 6-pounder is broken. Is it still that way in the beta? I can test it if you want me to. But Tom told me he fixed the 6-pound howitzer, which was being set to 100% accuracy by accident. But he said he fixed that. So look, now these guys have 90 accuracy, meaning we should be doing better. Okay, we landed most of our shots there, actually. We only missed 2. because it was far away as well. So that actually seemed correct. So we're going to fire again. 6-pound Geschwei field gun outperforming a 16-pounder. So if Tom fixes a 6-pound howitzer, then no. The 6-pound Geschwei field gun, that cannon is like one of the best in the game, and it costs them some of the most. The Geschwindstock. Yeah, look, with my 90% accuracy, I'm decimating the line. So it really is an accuracy problem. That's what's happening, OH, is the accuracy. The disparity in accuracy between guns. I think it could just be the case that the field guns just... We have two ways we can go about this. I have two ways we can go about it. Option one is I can do what I already put in. And let me take a look. And what I did is I bumped up the damage by 0.25, just a little bit. So I increased the damage. And I increased the accuracy of the gun itself. We can keep this and just leave it. Or option two is keep the accuracy buff that I did, but revert the cannonball damage, and then increase the accuracy of all of the artillery units in the game so they're not missing, like, most of their shots. And I think I probably lean on that. Like, I feel like we don't need to make them do more damage. I think they just aren't hitting frequently enough, right? Especially, like, when the AI actually gets their accuracy up. I do think they should have high effective range of cannonballs deadly. Yeah, I think it's not even the deadliness that changes an effective range. It's just that they're missing so much. So I would be in favor of just reverting this back to where it was, because we don't want the cannonballs doing way too much damage. There. And then this doesn't need to be weird anymore. I'll keep the accuracy buff that I already did on these guns, which I believe I did. Let me check. Let's check on October 6th or 3rd. The accuracy of a basic 3-pounder was 2, and an uncommon one was 2.5. Now the accuracy is 2.5, and a basic one is 3. Yeah. And the accuracy goes up, or sorry, the cannonball damage goes up by 0.25 increments, which I may want to bring back to where it was. It used to be 0.5. So let's keep that, because they're higher cost. Yeah. And then I'll leave the rest where it was. And then I'll take the accuracy. Anti-Dad, it's not even the issue with counter battery fire being accuracy. One thing I got to clarify that you guys don't know. Accuracy with artillery is just chance to hit. Accuracy with infantry is just damage. Because if it hits, it just kills, right? So high accuracy just means kills. With artillery, accuracy just determines will the cannonball land. The actual damage of the cannonball is determined on the ordnance that you have equipped. So they work differently. So if I bump up accuracy, this doesn't improve it improves counter battery fire slightly, but the issue before was that the cannonball blast radius was so large that when it would land next to an artillery battery, it would kill all the crew, because there's only like 8 models, right? So if the blast radius is big, it just kills all the crew, and if 8 models die out of 15, half the crew's dead, and if half the crew's dead, one volley killed 50% of the HP of a field gun. That part is the problem. Now, we have a script that actually will change the splash damage radius specifically when firing at artillery to avoid that, and it's fixed it. So if we just change the accuracy, yeah, it will make it a little bit more effective to do counter battery fire, but it's not going to murder all the crews like it did before. But I honestly think that all the artillery could probably just come up in accuracy, because they just seem to be missing like all their shots, and they're not very fun to use from what I can tell. Like, I saw Kaiser Waffles field in the HQ battle for Region 1, he fielded 4 artillery units and then 8 infantry. So you could tell he was really trying to lean into artillery. And he got stomped. The artillery did nothing. And I felt bad because it's like if you saved up for all those artillery guns, you should feel like it's powerful. It should feel like your that investment can pay off. But it just clearly doesn't. So I want to make it a bit more. One second. Look at that. We fixed this bug that a YouTuber was having. His camera was broken. I'm glad we caught it. Look, he was playing, and then his camera just glitches out to the side, see? And then we fixed it. He said, performance is better, smoother, responsive, perfect. Loving it. That is nice to see. That is good to see. Okay, so accuracy's been increased. Let's do small artillery update. Let's do that. There we go. I'll just say artillery update, right? Artillery guns. And then I increased the accuracy of all artillery units by plus 5%. And we'll say, for clarification, accuracy is not damage, it's purely chance to hit. We were finding that a lot of the low caliber artillery was missing far more than it hit and made them very unsatisfying to use. Yeah. The morale damage has been increased a little bit, but let's not increase the shell damage. We don't want the damage higher, so let's get rid of that change, which we did, which is nice. Cool. Yeah, I definitely want artillery to be strong. Was double checking that counter battery fire wouldn't crop up as an issue. Yeah, I think we're good. And I'll let the playtesters have at it, and they'll tell me if it's too powerful or not. One thing I'm curious from you guys, what do you think about this? I want to get your opinion on something that I'm stuck on. So everyone put on their game developer hats and help me out here. The Cossacks start out with all mounted troops. They used to get 2 recruit units. I'll actually show you before I start yapping. Hold on. Okay. They used to get this exact composition. They used to get 2 frontier recruits that were infantry and then 2 Cossacks. But I didn't like that. I preferred giving that to Hungary. I thought for Hungary it made more sense. They had like an even infantry cavalry force. For Russia, I wanted them to all start mounted. So I what's it called? Sorry. I've got these 3 mounted units here. I have Slobodian Cossacks. Now, Slobodians were kind of rare, so it's kind of weird to give them a starting Slobodian Cossack. And he also has a carbine, which also feels weird because when you play Cossacks, you don't think of, like, shooting and running. But the Slobodian is, like, the one... There's the Don Cossack and the Slobodian. I gave the Slobodian a carbine and made him more of a shooting cav. But if you're playing the Cossacks, you're not playing for shooting cavalry. So it's weird that that's the one you start with. So I could give him the Don Cavalry back... I could give them the Don Cavalry back, which is here. It's just that the Don Cavalry is so extremely powerful. But I did, you know what I did do, OH? I just reduced the charge damage of the Orenburg and the Don Cossacks. The Cossack riders are fine. If anything, they can be a little weak. But the Don will explode units on contact without even any items. So I just slightly reduced the charge damage by 5. Because they were at 50, which is like higher than anything in the game. And it was just broken. So I could give them the Don back as a result of that. But what I don't like, OH, I would say my least favorite solution of any solution that is proposable is to give them 2 Cossacks, 2 Frontier recruits. Because number one, if I'm playing Cossacks, I don't want half my units infantry. I want to play Cossacks. I want to be mounted at the start. Number two, they'd be identical to another composition in the game. We never do that. I don't like copying. If Cossacks is light cavalry and Hungarian is light cavalry, then why are they identical? They both start with 2 light cavalry. They both start with 2 recruits. They're both light cavalry bonuses, and they're both the final composition. That's so lame. You know what? Like, what's the difference between them? So I think that's my least favorite solution. And so I'm way more in favor of that, OH. I'm way more in favor of giving them 4 Cossack Cav. But I guess the options would be like, give them 1 Don who are crazy and 2 Cossack Cav, or give them 4 Cossack Cav, or give them 3 Cossack Cav and 1 Frontier recruit. I guess my issue with this one is that you have this 1 infantry lagging behind, and all your cavalry are out fighting early game patrols, and he's just sitting at spawn. And that feels weird. So I personally don't really love this one. I would either go one of these. Attila the Rus, yeah. Do you guys have a preference on here? Do you like the larger Cav army, or like 1 really elite Cav with 2 to help him out? I could do you want me to show you what the Don Cossack's performance is like? Maybe that would help. I'll just show you, and you guys tell me after watching. You'll tell me if it's too powerful or not. And if it's too powerful, we'll go 4 Cav. And if it seems perfect, we'll leave it, right? I think that sounds like a good compromise. Most people are preferring the 4 Cossacks, though, right? Do you even want me to show you, or do you guys just want the 4 Cossacks? Gives rooms for upgrades? All right, let's do it. Let's do it. The people have spoken. The people have spoken. That's fair. It's not about it being OP. Yeah. Let's spam the Cossacks. The people have spoken. One other question before I give you the unit, okay? Do you want to do maybe 3 Cossacks and a settled Hussar? And the settled Hussar were like a Ukrainian Cossack Hussar hybrid unit. And it looks like this. Add regiment. Just so they're not all the same, I wonder if... Here, I'll give myself experience. Add experience 5,000. So it would look like that. So like, you'd get 3 Cossacks and a settled Hussar. Or do you just want all 4 Cossacks? OH really wants the fucking Cossacks. It just looked weird. I suppose so. I suppose you're right. Because he doesn't really match. Because he can randomly generate and be like blue. Which I guess would look weird, right? Yeah. It does give you more room to develop. Okay, fair enough, guys. Let's do it. The people have spoken. In VTH gaming campaign, the enemy cavalry constantly charges grenadiers rather than the weaker infantry. That's really strange. That's odd. They're meant to target lower melee units, so I don't know why they'd be doing that. House of the King is my favorite composition by far. I'm like obsessed with them. Not because they're like good, but because I just love them. They are good though. You know what I love about the House of the King? They're so powerful at the start that everyone runs from them at the very beginning. You don't even have to... Here, hold on. Unlock all composition. Enemy patrols just immediately run from you. They're my absolute favorite. You get the Swiss, who are great. The Gentleman Cav, who are going to upgrade into Royal Cav. And then you have Gendarmerie, who are already maxed out. Which, my only thing about this... Well, no, I'm keeping them that way. Gendarmerie are they're such an integral part of the Maçon du Roi, French heavy cav. So, even though they're at the end of the tree, it fits so well for them. I love this composition. And I love the traits, too. Command radius plus morale, plus charge damage. It's so fun. I love when they just run from me at the very start. I'll show you what it looks like. The new visual for the French comp is so good. Yeah, Divi Day, I have so many redone, but I want to do it all at once. Instead of drip feeding the images, I want you to open up the game one day with an update, and there's like 8 new images. So I'm not going to push it out to you guys just yet. Yeah, the gendarmerie are like a heavy hussar almost in the way that they play. They're just like a good heavy light cavalry that's more sturdy, I guess. And then gentlemen cavalry are poised to go. Look, they just immediately run. How awesome is that? They're like, oh, fuck. The patrols are like, no, we're not dealing with that. And I say, get back here. I'll show you the Maçon d'Oie. Let's put all the items on. Put the AI on. Yeah, the king's personal retinue came against my patrol. I would run too, yeah. Divi Day, we absolutely want to do more flags and emblems. Like that's on our list. It might be post-release, it might be, but it's got to be done. Like we've got a huge list of flags we want to add. I really want more customization too. I want more colors. We're gonna do it at some point. It's not a matter of if, but just when. Right now. I always sneak everybody on the other side of the river because this spawn point just lets you get everyone over there. There you go. So you get the Swiss Fusiliers. Be brave and honor the king. Move up our Swiss Fusilier. Run the cavalry over. Look at the morale. Look how many morale bars they have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Give room for the gentleman cav. Oh, my hiding the UI doesn't hide the field UI anymore. How do you guys feel about that? Should hiding the UI with Shift F hide the field UI too? Or should it only hide the other UI? Do you like that you can still see the tags? It does make it more playable, so you can play with like minimalist UI and still see. What do you prefer? You'd probably want to be able to hide the tags for screenshots, right? Hide all? Yeah, I would probably say hide all. Because if you want a screenshot, it's not possible. One sec. There. Okay. I put a note about it. We'll fix that. I think raising minimum accuracy and effective range would solve a lot of issues. Yeah, Tom was watching the stream and he was saying that what we can do too is take a look at the minimum accuracy and actually bring that up a bit. The effective range I'm pretty happy with because it's 137 out of 275. Like, we could go... Let's not go too far. It's a divider by 2. If it was a 1.8... Maybe 1.8 is good. Is there a number that's not going to look like nuts? Something that's a little more divisible? I guess not. That kind of sucks. We're going to do equals round by 1.8. Okay, how do we not do it like that? There we go. There we go. So that brings up the effective range just a little bit on all the cannons. Damn, that one sucks. Divided by 3. Let's just divide by 2. The Shuvalov's meant to be pretty inaccurate. That's the whole theme there. In fact, let me just double check. I wasn't doing other dividers. No, yeah. Okay. And then let's recolor. And I'm going to leave it up to the playtesters to test this out for me. Good luck. But yeah, artillery just misses like 99% of time, percent of the time. And it doesn't feel very satisfying if they're just missing all the time. And I do agree with OH. I wouldn't mind if the damage came down a little bit, but you just land your hits more. I think it's worse if they barely hit, but when they do, a unit just explodes. I think that's not good. So maybe if we're doing this, we should bring down the shell damage a little bit, because we just brought up the effective range. And we're probably going to bring up the minimum accuracy to only be divided by maybe 1 point... What was it before? 1.2? Really? No. 1.6. Okay, let's go 1.4 divided. And we'll do a round as well. Ah. Okay, rounding doesn't work. That's fine. It's divided by... Wait, divided by 2? Really? Well, it should be like 1.5 in my opinion. There we go. So the minimum accuracy basically determines what the minimum amount of accuracy a unit is allowed to have when it fires at its maximum range. Like, for example, if you fired at the very end of your maximum range, is your accuracy 0? And if it's 0, it means you have a 0% chance to hit when you fire at max range. That's kind of lame, right? So minimum accuracy defines the floor at which 0.3 can be reduced to. So 0.3 can just be reduced to 0.2, meaning 30% accuracy goes down to 20% accuracy at the maximum range. Which I think is fairer. Like, we could go like 1.8 instead of 0.2. That might... Actually, 1.6 looks a little nicer in my opinion, yeah. Just so it's not too overpowered. The numbers don't look great, but it is what it is. The players aren't going to see this, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, at the moment, cannons just miss nonstop. We'll if someone reminds me, we'll have to test out the cannons. But yeah, I also just want to test out the Maçon du Roi. Would the goal be to keep them at their current effectiveness, but just tweak the damage and accuracy so they're hitting more volume of hits instead of big hits? Yeah, that's about right, Anti-Dad. Yeah. The damage is low, though, overall. Like, people will complain their big artillery regiment has 150 kills by the end of a battle. So it's like, I don't mind if they became a little more effective. At no point has anyone ever played with their basic artillery and said it was overpowered. Like, at almost no point in development. So, yeah. What we're going to do is have the Swiss line up, take care of the Fusilier, or the Cantonists. The enemy is advancing their cavalry. Our cav is going to annihilate them. Fired a little prematurely. Yeah, Richard, I agree. The difference is stark. This is like the ultimate quality heavy cav build. And the Cossacks, I'll go show you them right after this with the new setup that they have and show you how fast they are as well. I mean, these guys are pretty fast, but they're nothing like... They're not too fast. And I'm going to obliterate that cavalry. Let's get moving. Ready? They're just gonna fucking die. Yeah, look at them. This is basically, we're taking the best cavalry in the entire game and charging against the worst cavalry in the entire game and just slaughtering them. Which I like this. I'm fine with this because you only get this advantage early game. You get this little power fantasy early. And then when the enemy starts fielding good cavalry and elite units, and if you get shot by infantry, that's where it gets dangerous. And I'll have the gendarmerie chase them because they're faster. And the gentleman cav will stay back and push through the musketeers. But look how fun that heavy cavalry is to use. They just shred. It's so fun. We'll also get a chance to test out the new veterancy gain, I think. Then again, we didn't increase veterancy gain for heavy units, only for militia. So we probably won't gain much veterancy from this. I know people have problems with the fact that there's no dead horses. It's not even a stylistic choice. It's just we didn't have the time to do it. And we won't have the time. I mean, here's the thing. Do you want improved AI performance or dead horses if you have to pick one? If there's 1 week of development to spend on it, which one do you want to pick? I would probably take the improved AI instead of the dead horses. There's only one. There's one programmer on the entire team. Okay, so it's a little harder to, yeah. Not to be, I sound rude when I talk like that, but I just I don't mean to be rude when I say that. I hope it doesn't come across that way. I'm just being honest. Like, if I had a big team of like 6 developers, I'd be like, all right, let me go tell our dedicated full-time animator to get on top of that. But I can't tell Tom to do any more. Otherwise, it's just everyone's at their breaking point, dude. If everyone's just yelling at each other, so I think we just have to chill for now. Just take him down. There we go. We won. It's the Maçon du Roi. Does the music even work? There's no French victory music. How do you feel about the first reactions of the YouTubers? You should feel really reassured. Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think it's good. Looks like they had fun. Looks like there weren't really many issues that cropped up, so. Grab the experience for the Maçon. Got a promotion for the Swiss. That's good. No promotions for the heavier cavalry, but that's fine because their upgrade costs are not too expensive. But yeah, that is a preview of the Maçon. And then I'll show you a preview of the Cossack host. They look kind of fun now with the 4 cav. They look pretty exciting with 4 cavalry. Like, it looks cooler than just having 3. Let me, I'll build the game data and show you what it looks like. Yeah, Divi Day, we did get a nice boost in wish lists. I was showing it off earlier in the stream. I think I have it here. That's the wish list bump we got. And then let's jump in. Would there be an option to continue post-battle to inflict more casualties? The thing is, presidential Total War has negatively conditioned you. Well, it makes sense for their game, right? But in this game, if you beat the enemy army and they get deleted after the battle, there's no point in chasing them down. In Total War, if you don't chase them down, they recover and they'll re-recruit, and then they're a big army again. So you have to chase them down, right? But in this game, you don't do that. The enemy army disbands. If we made a player tediously collect all the prisoners every single time, you would spend 5 minutes at the end of each battle on the maxed fast forward speed just watching your guys run around chasing them like goose. And I don't know. I don't really want that in the game. And then not only that, you're inflating the experience gain because now you're just racking up kills that you shouldn't even get. So it does get tedious, and I just don't think it fits for the. Oh, look at this! Look at the Cossack horde. Oh, it is. The thing I love about this is everybody's mounted. So you go into a battle, and you leave no one behind. You can just fly everybody. Devil, I want it to be an option. Honestly, dude, everyone wants everything to be an option. Everyone wanted 2D versus 3D to be an option. Everybody wants fast combat versus slow combat to be an option. Everybody wants the headquarters coming after you to be an option. Everybody wants everything to be an option to the point where if we spent 6 months just making options, we'd have this giant options page, which no one would end up using, by the way. Only like 1% of people would end up using it. And I'll say, as a person who has played with the playtesters, I have 50 playtesters, no one wanted that feature after playing with it. That's not to say it's invalid to want it, but it's just like, I think when you play the game, you'll know it's not necessary. The only reason to hunt down and just murder people who are running from you, somewhat sadistically, is to get free experience. And if you get free experience and now I rebalance, let's say now I rebalance the game so that you because let's say now you're getting double the experience from battles, because when 10,000 guys run, you rack up an additional 10,000 kills on your normal 2,000. So now I make the experience gain 5 times less than the normal rate. So you're getting 5 times less. And now you have to pursue at the end of every battle, even if you don't want to, even if it's boring, even if you sit there in speed 5 and look at your phone for 6 minutes as you slowly gather up each casualty. Now you have to do it because I've adjusted the experience rates to compensate for the fact that everybody's grinding 6 to 10,000 casualties. And if I don't compensate that you don't get the extra experience, then people will break the game, because then they will still have to go and pursue and collect all the casualties because they can mass level up and basically break the game and guarantee a win if they do that. So either you make the game really tedious and annoying, or you make it really broken and overpowered. And the other option then is to make it so killing prisoners and racking up the prisoners at the end doesn't get you any experience or any actual prisoners, so there's no point to actually doing it. But then why would you let the player do... You know what I mean? It's just like there's no actual logic to the gameplay that would allow that. So it just is something that I won't do. If you want to do that, there's Total War games, and there's plenty of options of other games that allow you to have that fantasy of killing people who are running away from you. But it's just not something that really fits in this game, and it's just, I don't know. You still get the prisoner. You get prisoners after the battle. Like, everything is already adjusted for. It just doesn't make you do the tedious part of chasing them down. So... All right, so check out my Cossacks. Your composition is 100% mounted, which I really like. So this is the depot battle. Look how fast they go. Ready? If you go on high speeds, you can really see it. They're going super fast. Flying across the map. I do like this. This is pretty cool. All right, that guy, they're going for my guy on the right. I'm going to try to take out the cavalry before they have a chance to... I'm just going to have to kite these guys and distract them. Distract the infantry. I'm going to... Okay. My prediction is these guys are pretty much going to, like, melt on impact, just like the last ones. I think the charge damage is going to be extreme. Okay, not too bad. They lost half their guys. Not too bad. Yeah, this is how I picture the Cossacks, too. Just, like, unstoppable melee. You don't want to get shot, though. That's the only thing. You get really good stamina, so you can non-stop sprint, which I do like as well. This feels like I'm playing Attila with the horse archers as the Huns. It is quite... You could also keybind. Look, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So look, I can grab troops based on their keybinding. While not the point of the game, as someone who's unfamiliar with the 7 Years' War, were the Cossacks active? They were very active, yeah. They were really active in the 7 Years' War. I think, if I'm not mistaken, if someone wants to correct me, I'm pretty sure the Cossacks helped in raiding Berlin during the war and holding it ransom. I think there were Cossacks involved in that raid. I don't think it was all Cossacks. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure they had involvement. Cavalry regular movement speed felt so slow in previous versions. I've increased it, yeah, Dividay. I have been continually increasing the sprint speed on cavalry. By the way, we are going to fix this. The AI has a tendency when they chase after your cav to kind of spiral, and that's something that's on our list to fix. I don't like that either. So we'll fix that. We just need a little time. I couldn't find much about Cossack flags, so how do they work? They didn't really carry regimental flags, so we just gave them just like traditional Ukrainian symbols and Cossack symbology. How does the yellow charge bar work? So if you hover over it, unit is charging. When the charge momentum bar, which is this, reaches 100%, it's no longer controllable. So this is momentum that gives you bonus damage. But when they reach 100%, look, my mouse is an X. I can't cancel the charge. So if you order a full-blown cavalry charge, you can't pull it back. Like, they go in, and you just go for it. But we can, here, look, let's see what the Cossacks were up to. Major part of the Russian army sent to Courland on 1757. They took place in the East Prussia campaign. 17 regiments of the Don Cossacks were present at Gross-Jägersdorf, where they were part of the Russian vanguard. Several regiments took part in the invasion of East Prussia. 2,000 crossed the Vistula. 17 regiments were present. That's nuts. How about the Slobodians are the other ones we included, because they had a large presence too. Fought in Gross-Jägersdorf. At the beginning of the battle, the fog dissipated. They went together with the Don Cossacks and attacked the Prussian right wing. They turned back, pursued the Prussian cavalry. Cossacks leaked through the intervals between the infantry battalions. During this action, the brigadier general was killed. Total losses of the battle are unknown, except for a regiment, which lost 4 Cossacks and a gunner. Ordered to return home for the winter. That's interesting. So they didn't go to Berlin, but they did fight in the East Prussia campaign, which is cool. Being kind of regular uniform, Slovenian had a uniform. Oh, that's cool. They had different colors there. I wonder, like, 7 Years' War Cossacks. I make them all brown, so I wonder if, like, if it's saying they had different color coats, I wonder if they should have, you know what I mean? Look at this. Like, I wonder if they should be more colorful than how we're displaying them. See how they have different colors there. So I wouldn't mind. Right now, we only display them as brown. Why don't we go in after this and color them up a little bit? We'll use drab colors so they don't seem like hussars or anything. But we will recolor them. And yeah, it can be customizable. We can make it customizable too. This should give me a lot of experience. A decent amount. What's my replenishment? Yellow. Ah, that's why. They're yellow replenishment. So Cossacks don't level up quickly. I almost feel like Cossacks should be green replenishment. I'm not sure. Should they be fast green replenishment or yellow slower replenishment? Thing is, they only have 400 guys, so they're really squishy. And they take a long time to replenish. I definitely feel like the Don Cossacks and Slobodians should be red replenishment. I think that makes sense. But I wonder if the Cossack... These guys should be yellow. This way it goes green for Frontier, yellow Cossacks, and then red down there. That probably makes sense. But we could make these guys green, like green, green, and then go to red. Red replenishment just means slower. Green means faster. Look how much loot you get. All this crap. I feel like you could snowball pretty heavily with these guys. You can run over to Window. Sell all that off for 1,000. Go to the barracks. There's not great options here. You can deck out your cav with all new swords and stuff, though. That's pretty cool. But yeah, maybe let's go over to... the bust editor and fix the Cossack uniforms. I know that's not high priority, but I could just fix them real quick. Because they do look like they've got a lot of color, you see? But we just display them in all brown. But even on Chronoscope, it was saying, look, they were using red, orange, yellow, blue. That's interesting. I wonder if there's any, like, reference images. Yeah, look, they look pretty colorful. See, they're blue there. I like the brown earthy tones for them, but it does seem inaccurate. I don't know. Do you guys think I should change it? Or do you think we should leave it brown? Currently, they can randomly generate between just shades of brown. I could add in a few more colors that they can randomly get. Like, maybe we just do like a silver blue. Here, hold on. We'll make the more elite Cossacks a bit more colorful. If anything, the hat is the more earthy tone. I don't think the hat should be there. Let's grab like that blue. You know? And then go with that version, but kind of reddish. And then also, maybe, I read orange was also there, so maybe something more. Like that. It's like those could be other options. Let's see what they'd look like if I did that, though. That looks kind of nice, right? That's still drab. And I like the earthy colors on everything else. And then we could also make the trousers potentially have that color as well. I think that's pretty nice. And then the color that the player edits will still just be the lining on the shirt. This way the main part of the shirt can remain the way it is, which is fine because we're probably going to do an update later where you can rechange the color of the shirt. So I'm just going to leave it for now for it to be consistent, because with almost all the units in the game, you just change the yeah. Okay, so let's add the reddish color in as an option too. So they're very there's a ton of variety in the color that they can get. They're very various. Look on the left. That looks great with the color there. It's definitely going to give personality to each Cossack, which I think is quite nice. So it's just pants and shirts that'll have it. We'll export that cavalry. Just so they have a little bit more color. And then the Slobodians, they only have 3 of these colors, and then we'll add 3 of the brighter colors. Should we try to define the Slobodians differently in terms of the color of the jacket versus the Don? Or should they both equally just be random? Let me see what I'm doing right now for the difference between them. Right now, where the hell are they? A Slobodian looks like this with a tall hat, normal jacket like that. Okay. A Don, I give brighter colors already. So look, a light yellow, a light white, a light brown. So they do get distinguished, and they get the dual cross belt. So I think they're actually fine like that. The Don's actually perfect as is. Maybe Slobodian, we can mix in those colors. And perhaps do it in a way where, if you see what I'm doing now, there's a 50-50 chance between the browns and the color, the more colorful options. What we could do is we could potentially remove the browns and make it so they always spawn with a colorful shirt. So that's what makes the Slobodians unique. Or do you like it that it's with Slobodians, it's just a nice 50-50 between colorful and drab, so you get kind of a mix. Dark green. I guess we're missing green, aren't we? But I haven't seen any Cossacks with green, have you? I've seen tan. That guy is wearing green, but that's a miniature model. I suppose it wouldn't be unrealistic to have green. It's a very Russian color anyways. Yeah, I feel like a dark green could be nice. Like that. Yeah, maybe there could be a certain color scheme for the Slobodians. I mean, historically, it mentioned The uniform of the Don did not wear uniforms. The clothes were influenced by neighbors. They dressed in bright colors and used velvet and silk. Only one regiment received proper uniforms. One with an azure satin coat. Here's what we'll do. Let me save the Slobodians real quick. Let's jump over to the Don. And with the Don, we'll give them an option of getting that nice blue color. And the rest will be like the nice cream, like velvet color. There, so they can get this nice kind of deep blue as an option. And same with the pants, probably. This way it's like browns and blues, kind of like that. With the, and maybe even like a light yellow for Don. And then with the Slobodians, we remove blue as an option. Let's just check on their page. This one says red. Only one is blue, so it's mainly red, orange, yellow, green. So let's do this and have red, yellow, orange, and green. And just not have the blue. This way it distinguishes them. So you'll never see a blue Slobodian, which will just help them make them stand out, you know? And then we'll give them the green color as an option. And now they can generate with like any of these combinations. I could even remove one of the brown colors to make it a little less common. They just get plain brown. I feel like maybe the dark brown looks cheaper because it looks kind of worn. So now there's a more than likely chance they're going to come colorful. Unless you think we should only give them colorful jackets. And it's the pants that have the chance of being brown. If I did that, they would generate always like this. Here are some dice rolls on different random combinations of Slobodians. Do you like this? I like the color. I think the color is a good call for the Slobodians to make them unique like this. And then Don, how do you like these color schemes for Don? Sometimes they just get the standard brown. So maybe I'll remove the brown so it's like white, yellow, or blue. So this way it's always bright with them, or even a light blue as well. Add one brown. What do you guys think about the brown? And the base Cossack cavalry will stay brown to distinguish them. I may even remove the colors from the basic Cossacks, so this way it's more exciting to get your colors, to get the like elite ones. Yeah, brown is basic, so let's leave it like this. And the pants could be brown still. I'm fine with brown pants for them. So we'll export these as the Don. And then let's go back to the regular Cossack cavalry. And let's maybe get rid of the bright colors on them. So this way they just have tons of shades of brown. Maybe we could keep the pants potentially being colorful. This way you get a little splash of color. But on the main bust, it'll never be colorful, so you know. But when you see them on the battlefield, sometimes you could get like a blue trouser color or orange or something. Or I think that's good, right? Just gives them a little bit of color for historical accuracy. What do you think? Or should we just make the pants unified as being brown as well? Because as you can see, the bust and shirt always stay brown, but it's just the trousers right now that are randomly generating. I like the trouser color being random, right? It can sometimes be brown, sometimes be a little blue, or maybe a little red, gray. What do you guys prefer? Maybe the hats being colorful would be better. I don't think so, because the Cossacks don't really have colorful hats. Like, the hats are usually fur. See how they're always black and they're like actual fur color. You don't, like, they sometimes dyed the top of it, and we do that. Like, you can actually change, when you get the Don and the Slobodians, you can actually recolor the top of the hat. But the actual hat itself is fur, so. The red pants don't fit. I think it's okay. Like, they seem pretty colorful here. I don't know. Mainly the cloth part. That's already recolorable. But look at this guy, for example. This guy's got a beige jacket and then bright blue pants, you know? So the colorful trousers definitely fit. It's just more of a question if we want the Cossacks, the low-level Cossacks, to be able to get the color. Look, this guy has red trousers and a blue shirt as well. So they are quite colorful, which I never really envisioned. You always think of the Cossacks as just brown. I think I'll keep these guys like this. And then they could have a white pants option like that. That looks good, right? There. Oh, look, Oberst provided Slobodian Cossack pictures. Isn't that cool? Yeah, look how colorful they are. I'm glad that we brought the color in. That's really cool. Nice. And then I just have to fix the Hanoverian Grenadiers. So Dawn Charge, what did the Slobodian do different? I just gave them better like accuracy and reload, so you can shoot with them on horseback, which doesn't have any basis in historical accuracy. The only basis in historical accuracy is that the Don were like the most reliable, hardcore kind of Cossack unit. And so for Slobodians to make them stand out, I just want to give them like something different than just charging hard. They still charge pretty hard, but I just gave them more of like a shooting stat, so you can use them a bit more indirectly if you want. So there's Dawn. They can be nice and bright. There's Slobodian. They can kind of be like reds and greens, like Christmas colors. And then regular Cossacks are typically browns, but can sometimes... Oh, I never saved it. Oh, no, I did save it. I just got rid of it from the shirt, didn't I? So I just kept it so it could be colorful pants. Yeah, this looks good. Yeah. And then... I just have to fix the Hanoverians. Which I'm downgrading them. You guys are going to be sad, but they're going to look worse. Because it's historically accurate. So I've been begged by someone who loves Hanover. The light blue color, by the way, means it's recolorable by the player. So it's a keyed out color that you can replace. But I've been begged by a Hanoverian fan to make the uniforms look like shit. So I'm going to do that. So we're just going to remove the white lacing. It is cool they get the gold bars now, though, on the uniforms. That part does look nicer. But yeah, they get the gold bars. And then they don't get the white lacing because historically they wanted to save money to raise a larger army, I'm pretty sure. So it just makes them distinct from Britain a little bit because they were using the English white lacing. But now the Hanoverians have completely their own unique uniform for the British tree, which is arguably better, but it does look less flashy. There we go. All right, let's test out artillery because I'm a bit afraid that it's going to be too powerful now. Because we buffed up the accuracy massively, right? So let's pull our item and unit data and let's get a bunch of artillery and just see how many kills we can rack up. I feel like Austria and Russia will be the two least played countries. Yeah, I know. I feel that way too. Well, you know what, guys? If you guys recognize it and you're not YouTubers, why can't you play as it, you know? Like, I think the YouTubers play as it because if they're only going to make one video about the game, which many are just going to make one video, right? Would you pick an unpopular country or a popular country? But if you were playing the game, you know, every weekend, are you going to try every country out at least once? Maybe, probably. If they're different enough, if they're interesting. And I do think Russia, like the Cossacks seem interesting to play as. And the Grenzers are pretty cool too. They get like all these light infantry buffs. So if you're a fan of the game, you'll just play for the actual units. Based on what I know from the playtesters, Prussia's like the least popular. Austria and France are pretty popular, and so is Britain. It's usually like Austria, Britain, France. Prussia nobody really touches because they're very vanilla, and they're very popular, with just like on surface level. And then Russia just nobody likes. They're not popular, and the playtesters don't play as them. Some people like the Cossacks, which I think they'll be even more fun this time. But yeah. What did we want to go? We want to go as Austria, go in. We get a 10% accuracy buff. Let's not do that because then it's going to throw off our test. Let's take Russia. And... Yep. Russia feels like the most roleplay. I don't know if Russia has much roleplay because all their uniforms are the same color. All the flags are just plain. Like, there's less to roleplay with. I find France to have the best roleplay because they have so much color variation and uniform variation and everything. So. Yeah, Flintlock, I almost feel like Britain, in terms of what people covered, Britain definitely seems to be one of the most popular. For sure. Let's grab some artillery. I didn't go Observation Corps because I didn't want a faction that leans into artillery. I just wanted a plain old standard vanilla comp where I can just load up some artillery and just see how it works. So let's grab... Let's say I bought 2 of these early game. And I want to go test these out. Are they Observation or just Battalion? They're just Battalion, aren't they? Why did I make them red? I should have given them green coats. No, all the Russian artillery were red, so it makes sense. Okay. I think the Cossack start will get more popular as people progress through the game. Yeah, I think so too. Wait, for Russia, the flags could be amazing, but you need so much more emblems. Yeah, I agree. It's a lot of the emblems, DVD. We've already written it down. There's like 20 more emblems we could probably add. The emblems are absolutely beautiful too. Like each emblem is a work of art, but the patterns are just plain. So I think that's how you can make the Russian flags more interesting. Yeah, initially, Flintlock, we weren't going to do France or Britain. We added them in last minute. Did my game get an error? What the hell? Oh, hold on. Yeah, it's a basic error that you get sometimes. That's annoying. When you build the data wrong. So you just have to rebuild it again. Because sometimes pulling from Google Sheets will throw an error. So watch, just rebuild it. See how it takes a little bit longer? It's a lot of data to get through. And then you carefully hit OK, and then you go back in. Oh, Abonominics is just streaming the game. That's cool. Let's jump into Russia again. I'll go in with the Russian comp. Why not? The observation. I don't really know how I would be able to handle the French and Indian War either. It'd be tough. Okay, so we have 2 artillery pieces. We're going to give one a bronze Licorn. This is a really good gun. And we're just going to make sure and just check. Because I increase the accuracy, we're just going to check it's not super overpowered now. And if it is, we're just going to bring the damage down because I've been bumping that accuracy up. So you should notice cannons just slam into the lines more often. When will you release the demo? It'll be October 13th. Ugh. October 13th is the demo. Why are my controls backwards? C and V are backwards. That's weird. Yeah, this is wrong. What the hell? Which do you think should lower you to the ground, and which one should heighten you up to the air? C or V? Like, well, let's start with this. Which one should lower you to the ground? C or V? For lowering, what do you think? If I do that, should that be C or V on your keyboard? Yeah, it's the opposite right now. So you guys are with me on that. C should lower it. I agree. It's the opposite. I don't know why my controls are messed up. I'll ask Thomas and ask why. All right, let's see how the artillery does. I'm going to take it off the hill because I don't want to get the accuracy buff even more. Let's fast forward. Oh, Jesus. I got to rebind this. This is really annoying. There we go. Whoops. All right, let's fire the artillery, load them up. Let's get them shooting. Get them shooting there. Let's see what their volley does. 103 kills. Bang. Holy shit. All right. Damage might be a little high. They are using a perfect bronze golden licorn gun. They did 3 kills. Oh, god damn it, guys. Come on. You're killing me. You're killing me. You know what the issue with the Licorn is, though? It reloads slow. So see how they're still reloading? These guys are already on their second volley. They're still worse, but they're using the absolute worst cannon in the game, so... Also, the enemy they're firing at has some cover. 43 kills is pretty decent. I may need to just bring the damage down a little bit because I brought that accuracy so much higher. But, like, what I don't want to happen is you fight the AI later in the game. Oh my gosh, yeah. I landed every shot, 100% of my hits, because I have 77 accuracy. The morale damage is good, though, yeah. But the damage just seems pretty high. I feel like this gun should have 100 kills, not 135. So I feel like I should just lower the shell damage a bit. Look at the accuracy, too. They're just landing, like, all their shots. I think I may have gone overboard. I think... I think I'm going to reduce the accuracy of the actual unit artillery down again a little bit, because I increased the gun artillery. I don't think I should double it up. I have a tendency to do that. I get too excited and I overdo it, and I don't think I should double down on things if they're not properly tested. I'm still learning. Sometimes I fuck it up. Alright. That seems fine. So the accuracy is just a little bit down. And then the actual shell damage is a little bit high. I like the accuracy. I think accuracy is fine. I think it's just the cannonball damage could probably come down just slightly. Maybe by 0.25 for everything. Yeah, I think so, right? Hmm. Sorry, I'm just thinking. It could be the case, guys, as well. Like, okay, here's one other idea. Maybe you guys like this better. What if I kept the iron cannons the same and just made it so the bronze, instead of getting a zero point 0.5 increase on damage, like going from 2.2 to 2.5, instead of reducing the iron damage, all I did is take this and push it down. So you're just getting a 0.25 advantage now. Like that. And that means all the high caliber shit isn't crazy, but we keep the iron cannons where they're at. Because with the bronze cannons, you already get an advantage in shaving 5 seconds off the reload time. Plus, you get 5% extra accuracy. Plus, you get 50 meters of extra range. So maybe the shell damage should also not be that much stronger. This way, it's more about like the landing your shots and firing quickly and far, and not that the cannonball suddenly does more damage, you know. So I think maybe that's a good way to go. This needs to be rounded. Oh, Jesus. Oh my gosh, come on. Do you have to go equals rounds? I think equals round, yeah. Like that. It's better. I'm not sure. I'm just thinking about this. It's an awkward display number, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, do I get the cannon with 30 damage or 33 and I have to pay an extra 300 or it's double the price for 3 extra damage? To a player, they're going to think that's worse, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The artillery definitely feels better now, but it's definitely a lot. It's definitely very powerful. Um. Can you explain to me how melee engagement rules work in the game, especially when it happens to a unit facing multiple regiments? I'm not sure if there's really rules. I mean, they will engage each other and then compare their melee stats and then deal damage to each other. Should the numbers of the guns be displayed? Yeah, it probably should. It probably should. Probably in the tooltip, right there. Yeah. Oh, gosh, what do I want to do here? I don't want artillery to become so dominant. But I can definitely see what I just did was quite powerful. Let's jump into the starting Austrian composition. If the battalion loses the men, do they lose the guns too? Yeah, they do. Not the item, but they do. They just bring less guns to battle. What items do the observation corps get? They get like engineering stuff and entrenchments. Let's test out Austria. By the way, how come the main menu music stops playing here? I feel like I like that music. I think it should continue. Let's try this. With the granular level of detail in the game within the picket lines, will there be a future opportunity to name and promote individual soldiers? Oh, no, I don't think so. That's cool. Sometimes I play games, I do that, though. I know what you're talking about. Like Men of War Assault Squad, you can actually see the names of individual soldiers. And sometimes if they do well, I like to keep them in the back and keep them alive, even though it doesn't benefit me to do that. I'm not going to use any items. I'm just going to go in with my basic battalion artillery. But there's way too many models. Sometimes there's like 30,000 models, and naming individual soldiers just wouldn't work. Love the beard scratches every time since it lets you know you're thinking on how to improve the game. Yeah. That's just a habit I'm not gonna be able to break, unfortunately. So you're gonna have to listen to the fucking scratches. The half-inch beard scratches. Oh, let's see how they do. First volley at max range, 27 kills. Way better than what they used to get. Already. I'll target the artillery, probably. This damage isn't bad. 72 damage is pretty good here. Hitting a moving target's pretty hard. I'm going to just aim for the regulars. I got to be careful, though, from that cav. Oh! Damn, that's going to hurt. I think I'll win in a prolonged fight. Yeah, now that the general's nearby, we're good. Holy shit, dude. Okay, the fact that they're getting 235 kills with the worst gun in the game, the damage is too high, because I'm hitting, like, every shot. I think I just have to bring down the damage. I think the accuracy's fine. It's just the damage has got to come down for everybody. This might be extreme as hell, but I could reduce everybody's damage by a single integer. That might be a bit much, but they're landing their shots so consistently. I mean, let's just see what would happen if I did that, maybe. If I took this equals -1. It's probably by 0.5 that everything needs to come down, right? So it's equals this minus 0.5. And then grab those, pop them into the new cannonball damages. And the display damage... Oh, that looks fine. Yeah. Okay, that's nice. I like that. More accurate, but a little less damage. I'm liking that. How many kills did I get that match? Let's try that again. I'll just... AI spawning with 5 hyper-accurate artillery pieces, all focus firing 1 unit. Sounds scary. They no longer do that. We actually coded it so they can't focus fire a unit. So this way, we were playing, and sometimes you'd have a really good unit, and they'd all fixate on it, and we didn't like that. So we hard-coded it that they won't do that. Even if it's less effective, it's just annoying. So 256. Let's fight that battle again. Build items. And now let's go fight that battle. So I got 256 kills, we have to remember. And let's see. Hopefully I get like more like 200 this time, not 256. We're going to jump in with these guys, do that same test. And I equipped no items. Oh, they're counting down. 254. Who's going to count down next? I need you guys to count down from 254 all the way to 0, but the same person can't post the same number twice. So please get that number down to 0 if you guys can. We need a nice countdown from 254 down to 0. Oh, beautiful, guys. Beautiful. Wow, this is incredible. You also need to time it so that lucky number 7 can be the person who says 7 when you're about to finish the countdown. All right, and we had artillery on a hill, so we'll do it again that way. The only thing that's going to throw off the test a little bit is the enemy unit sizes are smaller here. 2 kills. That's so lame. Oh my god, they're getting 2 kills every time. What the hell? Am I just getting real unlucky? Let me try. They're in cover. Ah, that's annoying. So I'm gonna have to pull back and not get them in cover. Let's pull them out of cover. There, now they're out of cover. Now let's fire nice and close. 9 kills. They're doing nothing now. $30. I'm just doing no damage. Look, the enemy's just kind of like... They're trying to hide in the damn forest. Get out of the forest. Ugh. Everyone's still attempting to count down. It's going to take forever. To get to 0, it'll take forever. 55. Yeah, this gun is shit. This is horrible. Yeah, I don't know. I think we went too far. Damn, that the damage is like so extreme in that difference there. Okay. Here's what I think happens. I feel like the difference between 0.5 damage is really extreme. So I feel like 1.5. Oh, did I mess this up? Hold on. Why is this? No, this is correct. The difference between 1.5 and 2.5 is gigantic. So I think what needs to happen, when it was too powerful, it was at what? It was at 2? It could probably go... He can't vibe balance. Hey, you feared a bear. Don't call me out, man, on the vibe balancing. Just throw in random numbers, hope it works. I do that a lot. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, the difference between 1.5 and 2 is pretty severe. And I'm not sure how what I want to do about that. I'm not sure yet. I'm going to give it one more test with the new damage, because the enemy was like in a forest and kind of awkwardly positioned. Then again, it was just so that was so bad. No player should have that experience because that was there was no damage being done at all. Hmm. Might need to tweak the accuracy again. Like 50% of the battery hits, base damage based on that. Yeah. Keep low damage but increase the rate of fire. Hmm. The amount of shots they were firing though, there were craters everywhere. Like the rate of fire actually seemed pretty good there. I think the dude, the countdown is still going on. Maybe we have to stop it. They're only on 218. Um but yeah, the vibe balancing is not great. Do you have accuracy scaling? Yeah, it will be adjusted, but depending on the range, the actual range. If I gave them that damage back, if I gave them the damage back that they had, and maybe I slowed down the reload just a little bit, which I know is the opposite of what we're saying, but you know what we'll do? You know what we'll do? Let's do the exact same test again. And let's see if we still get 256 kills or if we got lucky. I just want to see what the range is on the randomness. Because we only did one test. You got to do at least a couple tests. What do we do? We're going to Bohemia and fighting Prussians? Yep. Sorry, I zoned out there for a little bit. Someone suggested, Tom suggested, to add another option on that starting depot. Which would spawn like a double-sized patrol, but let you get all the resources, so you can kind of risk it. And I think that's kind of a cool idea. I'm gonna rush forward and take that damn hill. It's a little bit of a long shot, but I'm sprinting and they're not. They're going quick though. Prussian infantry move quicker than all the other nations, so it's kind of at a little bit of a disadvantage trying this. But I'm in column, going 33. Yeah, I'm still not able to outmatch that disciplined Prussian goose step. I'm pushing forward in my columns. Yeah, this is gonna skew the hell out of my test. This is gonna ruin the test. Oh, oh! I ran myself into them. Awesome. This is great for testing the artillery, guys. And I didn't even get the hill bonus. I didn't even get the damn hill. Oh, I did. I'm wrong. Pull him out. Only 13 kills, yeah. Damn, they're like pushing up on me. Yeah, they're doing like no damage now. How come we have that one battle where we did 250 damage, and now I can't do any damage at all. But I didn't even change the gun. I don't understand. Well, artillery will just remain a mystery. It works when it wants to work, and it doesn't work when it doesn't want to. $250 because it was the golden gun. No, I was using this gun. I promise you, I was using this gun. I was using a 3-pound battalion gun, and I rounded up 250 kills. This test was horrible. I need to just reload the map and try that again. If you had an option to fight double the army for everything, then people will just restart the campaign until they get lucky? Until they get lucky with what? Option to fight? Like, it would be guaranteed that you'd have to fight all the double army. It's not a dice roll. You'd fight double the army. I'm the same fucking map. Are you kidding me? Alright, let's just pretend we spawned over here. And pretend that the enemy spawned over here too. So they're not coming at me diagonal. There we go. AI didn't even know it just got reshuffled across the map. Alright, let's set up our 3-pounder in the back. What did we get? 11 kills. All right. We'll hit the unit that's more central. It's so weird I got lucky that much with the artillery damage. Something must have been wrong. Because I feel like now I can't hit anything. It's at 2 damage. What's it displaying as? Yeah, 2 damage. Does nothing. Isn't that odd? But I didn't even change the accuracy. I'm just missing every shot. Gosh. I can't hit anything. I don't know what to do about it. I can't really change much. My accuracy is 72. It's really high, so most shots should land. But I can't hit anything. It's probably the angle I'm firing at is really awkward, but still nothing. Still nothing. Still nothing. There's got to be something wrong here with the math. Hold on. The hill could be the problem. I mean, I can move off the hill and then fire at the other guy. The hill actually gives you accuracy, though. Look, 70 is going down. So you lose accuracy when you're off the hill. I'll fire at this guy. $37. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm doing more damage now. 40. Do you guys really think the hill... 50. 60. Well, hold on. Now let me go back on the hill again. 76, 83. No, I'm doing damage again. 99. The damage seems reasonable, too. It must have been the angle, but also, like... Okay, I left a note for the developer about it to look into it, because I don't really know what to do about it at this point. I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it. Oh, we've got to hear the French victory music now. Seb fixed it because the French marching music was turned off. All right, here's what I'm gonna say, guys. By the way, I thought that the countdown would be quicker, but now that we've broken 200, I think we should stop the countdown. So everybody get their last number out of their system. Let's get one more number, but that's it. You can get your last number out in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, from now on, no more numbers. That's it. Post your last number and you're done. And Samuel will thank God. There you go. I like the SSAT, Paul. That's a good number. Good SSAT. Reload the scene. We'll test out that French. Marchons. 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 Q. On peut nous allions. That's the only part I know. Marchons. Marchons. Q. On peut. I don't know the rest. It's just the marching. I just like the marching part of that song. Did it save? Fuck. I'm not Prussia. No. I thought I was FRA. Maybe the flag needs to be FRA too. Yeah, I'm not seeing why I wouldn't be French. Who can identify the song first? You ready? That's all I got. That's all I got in me. It's Dixie. That's right. That's right. All right, how do I end the battle? Oh, still playing the damn fucking Prussian song. All right, we need to go and test this out with France. Hold on. Hold up. Um, what was I? Oh, I want to test the French marching music, right? So let's just win a battle as France. Hold on. Vive! I like to think of myself as the chat hall monitor. Yeah, thank you, Samuel. Every time I look at the profile picture of yours, I keep seeing, like, what's his name from Friends? Matthew Perry? I don't know why I'm seeing Matthew Perry in you, man. Alright, let's see if the victory music plays. Oh. Oh. This is my favorite song for France. Wait for the drums. Here they come, man. Here they come. Ready? It's a full 2-minute song. I don't think this is repetitive. I think this one's awesome. I love that song. I love it. That's one of my favorite marches. That's one of my favorite marches. Oh, it's playing over and over again. I don't know why it's doing that. That's one of my favorite there. Oh, I got 500. Oh, okay. The 563 is due to a debug victory because it said I killed 1,000 people per soldier, so that's fine. Okay. And I would get a ton of experience from that. Yeah, if everyone got 1,000 kills each, they pretty much get enough to get, oh my gosh, 5 veterancy. If a recruit got 1,000 kills, which they normally get 100, so yeah. Trying to throw him. How far can we throw the recruit? Can we get him up there? We need to lob him up. Oh, oh, I got him. All right, can we slingshot him? Oh, I missed again. There is a dolphin symbol. Look, you can do the dolphin regiment for France. Bruckles. Gosh, what else do I want to do? I've some localization stuff, but fix this, fix that. Oh. Man, I'm tired. Oh, man. I think I'm going to go leave and go on my work call with the developers and talk to them. And I will probably listen. I'll let you in on a secret that only you guys can know right before I leave. Okay, you can't tell anybody. You have to absolutely promise if I see you post this, you're getting like banned from the server. Okay, we're gonna try. We're gonna try. It's not guaranteed. There's no promise at all, so you shouldn't even tell anybody. Okay. There's we will attempt to see if we can upload a secret demo tonight and then put it out on Steam tomorrow and not tell anyone so people can test it out and make sure it works for Next Fest. I don't know if it'll be ready in time. I don't know if Steam will approve it in time. I don't know if the build will finish in time, so you can't get excited, but don't tell anybody. Maybe there may or may not be a shadow drop tomorrow. Okay, maybe. We'll see. We don't know. Or it just releases on the 13th as expected, okay? So just saying that. I think I'll leave. Just want to let you guys know it might happen. It might not. Now watch me join the developer call and Tom will go, Griffin, the whole game's fucking broken. How are we going to get the demo done? And in that case, it will not come out tomorrow. So, yeah. Otherwise, I think I will go unless there was something else I should do. Is there anything else I need to do? Seb, do you know if there's anything else I need to test that would be good to do on stream and get some feedback or anything? Is there any playtesting I need to do or tutorial stuff or anything like that? Should I do the tutorial work on stream? I could do it. I know you're listening, Mr. Sebastian. I'm a sit up and I'm a sit up and master of bait in anticipation. That's great, man. You do that, man. You do that. On that note, I'm headed out. Don't forget to not masturbate, but master command. Tried to make that more subtle, but no, it just came out direct. That joke ended up okay. Well, anyways, I'll see you guys. Take care. Goodbye.